Hello, I am Gregory, the poor typist, and welcome to another edition of Typewriter Club Live. Today, our typing prompt is bird. So hopefully you have some fun with that. And hopefully we'll get some people to share their typings on bird, whatever that may inspire. I know we have a lot of cat people in the typewriter community. It seems like a lot. But I'm curious, are any of you bird people? Originally, I was a bird person. My first actual pet was a parakeet. For some reason, my dad got me a parakeet, even though I was just spending the summer with him. So, yeah, I don't know what became of it after that, but yeah, anyway. All right, we have some people waiting, so let's let them in. And of course, I will remind you that TypePals is and always will be free. So if you enjoy exchanging letters or postcards, please sign up for free at typepals.com. So, yeah. All right. Anthony, how are you?
Hello, Gregory. Good afternoon. Well, it's good afternoon. It's 5 o'clock here in the afternoon in Ireland.
Okay.
Good morning. Good morning to you and probably most of the people participating.
Yes, yes. So, what's new with you?
Well, I've been absent for a while. I was quite ill, actually.
Oh.
I had a nasty chest infection, and when I was recovering from that, I caught COVID.
Oh boy.
I had managed to avoid since the beginning of the pandemic for 28 months. And the principal symptom was total exhaustion. Literally unable to most of the days get out of bed. So
yeah.
Thankfully I tested negative this day last week, and thankfully in the past week I've made a good recovery and feeling like my old self again, thankfully.
Yeah, that's good. I did catch a little bit of the replay of one of your live streams, and you had the hoarse throat going on.
Yeah, and I got worse after that, so I said,
oh no.
You know what's funny? I watched the entire of last week's Typewriter Club Live, the whole thing.
Wow.
I just didn't participate because I was a bit tired.
Yeah.
And I was lying down for part of it, but I watched the whole thing from beginning to end.
Oh.
Yeah.
Excellent. And have you been typing anything?
Yeah, I mean, yes, especially in the past week. Actually, yeah, I've been doing quite a lot. Right now, I have the Olympia SM4 on the desk, and I'm writing about, believe it or not, the Battle of the Boyne. For some TV work that I'm doing next week. It's a little bit out of my area of expertise. I'm more interested in Irish prehistory, so 17th century isn't my thing. So I'm just trying to reinforce my knowledge of the subject so that I don't look like a bumbling idiot on the screen, you know. But
I'm sure you'll do fine.
I'll probably be. It's not an in-depth specialist program. It's, you know, so it will be fine. Yeah.
Okay.
I did manage to get about 4,500 words written of the book that I've been working on. So I did a little bit when I had COVID. One day I wrote 3 or 4 pages and then just collapsed into a state. Didn't do any more for ages, you know.
Yeah.
But the past week I've been back at work and also recovering strength and typing. Yeah, I mean, in the past week I've had all 5 typewriters on the desk.
Oh wow.
All 5, yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, I haven't any more acquisitions now. Nothing. You know, I have been watching the ads, but
yeah,
I'm fooling myself. It's like I keep telling myself I don't need any more and I'll be fine with 5. But I just know when the right one comes along, I'll want it, you know.
Exactly. Yeah.
It seems to be a bit of an illness or an affliction upon this community that people can't just have 1 or 2 or 3. You know, people get to
Yeah.
10 and they say, no, 10 is enough. And then suddenly they have 20 and then they're looking at 50, you know. But it's great. One of the lovely things is rescuing a typewriter from oblivion and especially from possible disposal.
Yeah.
Because, you know, there are, apart from that, uh, what's that modern typewriter manufacturer? Or it's got an or in it.
Oh,
You,
oh,
you know the one. I
yes.
haven't seen them, but I think they're made in China and they're rather cheap
Oh,
and
yeah. Yeah.
reviews are not very good. So, I mean, the fact that they're not being manufactured anymore means that every one that's rescued, you know, is one more in the population, so to speak, you know.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I think they are becoming more popular. Maybe that's a subjective viewpoint, but um, I think that there are more people talking about typewriters now, say online, than there were, say, even 2 and 3 years ago.
Oh, yeah.
Am I right? Is that the same in the States? Is it?
Yes, definitely. And I think the rising prices suggest that it's becoming more popular
Yeah.
because the whole uh, demand and prices and yeah. It's been a little while since I took economics, but I remember, it has to do
Supply
with
and demand.
demand,
Yeah.
supply and demand. That was the term I was looking for. Yes.
Yeah. As an economics teacher of mine when I was in school had a saying. I think I said this before. Said our needs are few, but our wants are many, and that certainly seemed to apply to typewriter enthusiasts. But as
Yeah.
far as I'm concerned, though, I would really prefer to see a typewriter in the hands of a typewriter enthusiast, even if they're not going to use it regularly, because at least it's not going to. I mean, the real danger with typewriters is if it needs restoration. The real danger is like, do I put this on adverts, you know, websites, and look for $10 or $20 for it, or do I just throw it in the dustbin? You know, do I throw it in the next skip that I see? And that's the danger, and that's another one lost. You know, and I mean, even if it was to be used as a parts machine, it would be helping to resuscitate others, and so.
Exactly. Yes. Yes. Anything is better than it just going to waste and eventually being unrecoverable. So
Yeah, and um, well, Ireland is a small country. We have a population of 5 million. The number of, I mean, I watch the adverts here. I'm not really interested in importing typewriters because it's filled with risk, and I
oh yeah.
see, because the States is so big, and I see the horror stories every day or almost every day where a typewriter hasn't been properly packaged and arrives damaged. So our market in terms of good secondhand models, good condition secondhand models, is very limited. It's rare that a really good specimen and say a sought after model would appear. And of course, when they do, they've got silly price tags,
Yeah.
several €100, So I just skip on by. It's like, the right one will come along when it comes along, But then you wonder what's happening to all these machines. Is somebody going to buy them and
Exactly. Yeah.
and restore them and use them, or are they going to end up in a static display, or are they just going to end up in a case in an attic for a decade or 2 decades or 3 decades?
Yeah. Definitely.
But I think that's the same with everything that's vintage, isn't it?
Yeah.
The same with motor cars, same with, for instance, camera equipment, which is something I know a little bit about. That some of the sought after models, command high prices, and even those that are not in great condition can oftentimes be the basis of a major restoration project.
Yeah. Definitely.
Yeah, I'm still hankering. I told you before, I'm still hankering after a Selectric
Yeah.
2, I think. I've seen some for sale. I just don't have the space. I really want one, just don't know where I'm going to put it. So I'm going to have to build in the a small portion of garden that's remaining. I'm going to have to build an extra space
Yeah.
just for the storage of typewriters, just to justify my interest in them.
Yeah, exactly. Definitely. Yeah. Yeah,
Anyway, that's
I couldn't believe I recently saw uh Selectric, I think it was a three for the first time, like in person, and I could not believe how big it was.
yeah.
Oh my goodness.
They're gigantic and they're heavy, and well, it's just the fact that I know that Selectric One is the one that's smaller, isn't it? It's still
Yes.
the sizable. It's the amount of desk space they take up that there's little or no room for anything else. Now, one of the advantages, of course, of the Selectric is that the carriage isn't moving, so you don't have to create extra space either side for that. It's the cassette that moves. But
Yes.
yeah, I will eventually have one, but it may not be in this house.
Yeah.
I need to get a bigger house so that I can
Yeah.
get a Electric. How desperate does that sound?
Yeah.
I
Buy
know,
a
and
house based on your
those people
typewriter
watching
collection.
this are nodding, going, "Yeah, I know how he
Oh,
feels."
oh yeah, yeah. Yeah, definitely.
Anyway, advice to all your watchers, your viewers: don't get COVID. It's not nice.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I'm definitely glad you're feeling better and on the road to recovery. So yeah, yeah,
Yeah, I feel normal for the first time in over
that's
a month.
good. That's good. Yeah.
Great. And the fact that I'm clattering away on the SM4 is probably a good sign too.
Yes.
Oh, by the way, I'm typing on green paper.
Ooh.
Yeah, I bought a selection of. I'll show you. Just give me 1 second.
It's very Irish.
Yeah, I know. I was thinking that.
I told Gregory earlier. I'm writing about the Battle of the Boyne, so I should write some on white paper, some on green, and some on orange.
There you go.
You're right. That's very funny.
Packs of
Multicolored.
There's about, I think there's 10. There's actually 10 different colors.
Okay.
I mean, it's 80 grams, the same as, but I mean, the quality's okay. It's fine. And I just sometimes using different colors. That doesn't work with the Brother, of course, because the Brother has the white correcting.
Oh, yeah.
Or is it? Or does it just lift off the characters? I must actually try it with colored paper. I'm not sure if it's white onto
it is
the
white
left.
out. It's
white out. Yeah.
Okay.
There you go.
Only this Electric 3 has the special lift off, which the ribbon is like Scotch tape, or it's a adhesive that pulls the carbon off of the paper.
Yeah.
And not all Selectrics have that. You have two types of corrective tape for Selectrics. The white, there is like the white that is deposited, and then the lift off is the one that pulls what you just typed. So that one can pull type on colored paper, but it also apparently pulls a little bit of the paper itself. So anyway, you can't be perfect.
Yeah. Just don't make too many mistakes, and you'll be fine.
Exactly. Or just X out.
Yeah.
just forget about mistakes.
How many balls were sold for the Selectric?
How many balls?
Yeah, how many type of balls?
Many. Like maybe I've seen 20 types, different sizes. There's 10 pitch, 12 pitch. There's script and courier and orator, and I mean, there's quite a lot. I mean, the best thing would be to look into an old catalog, I guess.
I'm gonna have to look that up. Okay, there you go. I've certainly not experienced that on mine. I know.
William, turn your mic off.
I muted him. Yeah, and there's actually a Facebook group that specializes in talking about the golf balls. You know, that's how kind of how we affectionately refer to them, as golf balls. And so, you know, I mean, if you're gonna have a group, there's certainly tons of them available. Like daisy wheels, I don't think there's actually all that many daisy wheels. I mean, I've seen some catalogs, but most of those you're just not going to find, because trust me, I've looked. I've collected pretty much all the daisy wheels that are available readily, or even not so readily, and I only have like maybe 8. So it's really not that many of the daisy wheels. But if you want a lot of different typefaces, the Selectric sets, that's where you want to go. Definitely. Yeah. Anthony, was there anything else new with you?
No, I don't think so. I mean, yeah, just I think I've given you the full update. Just glad to be back. And yeah, as I said, I watched the whole of last week's live stream without commenting or whatever, and it was very enjoyable.
Yeah. That's allowed too. Excellent. Well, thank you so much for being here, and it's good seeing you.
Always a pleasure.
Christoph, how are you doing?
I'm fine, and you?
Good.
About Selectric, I found on the internet this book, Troubleshooting the IBM Selectric Typewriter. And this is a complete 200 pages.
Oh, wow.
Complete book about the Selectric and all the problem you could find
for the
Selectric.
Just for the one, is it?
Probably. I think that's what was on the cover there, was the Selectric one.
Yeah.
The PDF. About the 1, the 2, and the 3. Included IBM Selectric 3.
Oh, okay.
Wow.
Oh. That's
Nice.
quite comprehensive then.
And so I it's not my dog, it's my ex-wife dog for the holidays.
Oh, okay.
I always say no more typewriters, no more typewriters. And if you remember next week, my Monica.
Yes.
Today she has been cleaned.
Yeah, it looks much better.
Yeah.
Nice.
On oiled, but I have always stuck. I got always stuck.
Keys.
Yeah, but I will find. And today, say hello. I found this for 20. Erika Darrow.
Nice.
Oh, wow.
For 1976. And in absolutely gorgeous condition. And with the manual.
Nice.
With the brushes. And additional ribbon for 20.
Wow. That is a very good find there.
Yeah, very good.
Yeah, that one almost looks new.
Yeah, actually, no.
Oh, that's a nice bell.
Yeah, no rust, no dust, a little bit clean. I just have this one is stuck. Sometimes I need to be old. It is the only one problem I met.
Wow.
But in very, 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 very good condition.
Yeah.
It's very impressive, like new.
Yeah, I like the look of it.
Very, very beautiful. And I received my cartridges from my for my Olympia Electric, but the seller forgot the lift-off ribbons, and now I have to charge again a new lift-off ribbon. But I have a new cartridge. Okay. I received the cartridges.
Okay.
Oh,
For her.
Ah, nice.
I think it's more difficult to find daisy wheels than electric balls. It's very rare to find.
Yeah.
I don't know if I could find more daisy wheels, but no, I have two cartridges, and I have to check for lift-off ribbons on Amazon this week. Up. And now I have to oil the Erica to prevent the stuck. Okay, that's good. I have a lot of work to do. More.
You're always making more work for yourself.
Yeah.
You keep finding these typewriters.
Go ahead. I was just going to say I was disappointed when Christoph showed me that the French postal system delivered my last letter inside of a Ziploc bag.
Oh.
Yeah.
But I can read your letter.
Oh, good.
No problem.
So it got wet, or
It looked like the I don't know. It looked like it was ripped on one side, and they probably wanted to, sort of, I don't know, effectively.
I think the letter was stuck in a machine, and they tried to get out of the machine, and I have some a little bit. No, but your letter is here, and with a letter from Willow Creek.
oh, nice.
Yeah, and I will watch the live and write answer to the letters during the type live.
Yes, excellent.
I just have to choose. I think I will choose the Erica because she's ready to write.
Oh yeah.
The ribbon is not really dry or not really wet. In the middle.
Okay.
And on the flea market today, so I found the Erica, and there was Underwood, but in absolutely awful condition, and looks like the rust, the price of the rust is increasing.
Oh.
No, I said to the guy, no, keep your machine.
Yeah.
Okay. So.
All right. Well, you always have interesting things to show us, so thank you for sharing that.
Thank you. Yeah.
All right. Daniel, how are you doing?
I'm well, thank you. Thank you very much. So I sympathize with Anthony because my wife and I had COVID 3 weeks ago. And that was just before going on vacation. And a vacation that we had planned to bring my mother with us. So it was quite stressful to in that case, we didn't want to give her COVID, and although our symptoms were mild, it's still difficult to know if she's going to get mild or not. I mean, you can never really foresee that. So, well, it turns out we did get better, and we did go to the cottage, and I brought the typewriter with me to the cottage, which allowed me to catch up on some letter writing. And Neil McMichael, who I thought was there before, but I just wanted to tell him that I appreciated receiving his letter. It was very, very nice. And Andrew, I got your letter as well, intact, like the envelope was in perfect condition.
Well, see, the Canadians don't seem to have a vendetta against me like the French do. So,
well, but which machine exactly damaged your letter? Was it the machine in the U.S. or the machine in France?
Well, I want to blame the French because it made it all the way that far. So
that's true. That's true.
Which brings me to the subject that I did write quite a lot of letters and so on and so forth, but I noticed that I forgot to send a postcard for the last time. So I had received your email. It was fine. You know, I was like going to do it, and I don't know what happened. It just fell to the side, and I forgot to send a postcard. So I'm going to catch up on postcard sending. So it's going to be, you say, please send your postcard within a week. So that's going to be within the month. Now it's become within a month. So I'll do that to a new member, actually. So.
Oh, excellent.
I'm sure it's going to be welcome over there. So did that. And well, I don't have lots of, I didn't buy any new machine. The last one that I bought is a clipper, a Smith Corona clipper, which was right here in my neighborhood, and it ended up being sold on Kijiji, and I acted upon it quickly, and the seller told me, "Oh, we're selling this for a friend of the family," and then her husband was a journalist or something like that, and then as I got interested, and I asked him like if he could tell me who it was, the name of the person, because I like to document that. I like to add that to the typewriter database, and I did find the name of the person, and I read up on him, and quite an impressive resume, if you like, an impressive career. Yes, as a journalist, but also as a press attaché for the Governor General here in Canada. So he also worked in different departments in the press or communications and so on and so forth. And so I'm quite pleased to have found that, and I might, I've been hesitating to write to his daughter to say, "Oh, I have your dad's typewriter." Like I don't know if like I'm torn about the fact that does she know about the typewriter has been sold, but she wanted it or not wanted it, and so I think I'm going to write to her. And if she writes back and says, "Oh, I'd love to have it," I'm just going to give it to her. So I think the right thing to do is to if she wants it, that she can have it. And if she doesn't want it and she's happy that I'm using it and taking care of it and restoring it, then I'm quite I'll be quite fine with me. So
that would be my guess. That I think if I was in that situation, I would just be what would be the word? Not really honored, but I'll just use that for lack of a better word. I would be honored that someone was using my dad's typewriter, that it was still getting use rather than being in a closet or worse, in the trash, So yeah.
And that's what I hope. But in any case, It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if that's not what happens. I think I'll still communicate with her about it. I have other machines that like that I bought, and the persons were telling me, "Oh, it's my grandma's typewriter," and then they were asking me like, "So are you going to like just flip it and clean it and sell it at a much higher price and everything?" I said, "No, I'm going to keep it for a long time. I'm going to clean it and use it for myself." So then they were really reassured that it was going to be taken care of, and the cleaning of it and changing the platen and so on and so forth. When I explain that, they kind of go like, "Oh, okay, right." So this machine is going to stay, and in the case of that woman that was quite attached to her grandma's typewriter, I chose to name the typewriter by her grandma's name. So Adeline is the grandma's name, and the typewriter is now Adeline as well. So and it's written up on the typewriter database.
That's such. Wonderful.
So I showed her the entry in the typewriter database, and she was quite pleased with that.
Oh.
The word that comes to my mind was gratified. Gratified that the typewriter is being used.
Yes.
And in a situation like that, I would say to the descendant of the original owner, if I do decide to sell it, you'll get right of first refusal.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's also a good way to put it, William. Yep.
Yeah, definitely.
A good way of putting it. So
yeah.
I don't intend selling it immediately, but you're right. If ever down the road I do, I could communicate with the person again. That's a very good suggestion. Thank you for bringing it up, William.
Yeah.
And the other thing I have been doing now is typewriters that I have bought from people who I've known, who I know have grandchildren. I put a note in the box: should anything happen to me, please ensure that this typewriter goes to this person at this address, as it was their grandmother's when she went to college.
Nice. Yeah. Definitely a good idea.
Yeah, that's pretty good. It's pretty good.
Yeah.
Other than that, maybe I spent a bit of time on vacation away from the social media and so on and so forth. And I still want to write more letters. I do enjoy sending them. So there's going to be some more being sent, and that's it. So for me, just happy to say hello to everyone and participate today. So
yeah, well, it's so good seeing you, Daniel. Definitely. Andrew, how are you doing?
Hey, pretty good. I don't know. I came in a little bit late, but it sounded like some people were talking about maybe having tested positive for COVID or something like that.
Correct.
Yeah, me too. Can you believe it? Yeah, the middle of last week. Very few symptoms, but you're sort of in isolation, right? I think if tomorrow I'm okay on my home test, I can go out with a mask. The one thing though, and maybe you guys have experienced it too, I cannot smell anything. I've got roses sitting on my desk, can't smell them. So it really does, anyway, it's a strange little bug, but fine. I mean, I had no lasting effects, so that's all good. And somehow in the middle of all that, I managed to get a script cursive letter of 32 machine.
Oh, nice.
And I've been playing around with that, but like I was telling our friends last night on the Saturday night call, I don't know what the heck to do with it. And then William suggested that Kimberly would like to get a letter in script. So I'm starting on that letter, but I told her if she doesn't like it, she has to blame William. So it's been kind of fun. It's fun because it's well, like I said last night, it checks a box. I never had a cursive machine, so now I've checked that box. Looking back, I don't know if it was a box that needed checking, but I've got it. I definitely love the size and the feel of that little Olivetti Latera 32. It's such a nice little compact. I could put it in a padded envelope, like for a laptop, and stick it in my backpack and take it anywhere. So, and it's nice and lightweight. So it really is, it's the smallest machine I've ever had, and I enjoy it. Let's see what else. So Lucas, as you guys saw, has been working on my Graphica machine.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he fixed you. I mean, isn't it astounding what he was able to do with cast aluminum? That guy is so amazing. But he's been trying to, let's say, over deliver and under promise. So he said, I still have some mechanical issues to work out. And I'm like, yeah, that's fine, Lucas, whatever. But then he sent me an email 2 days ago saying that he's found a lot of the parts for the internals that he needs. So I'm cautiously optimistic. I think he's going to be able to fix it. He just doesn't want to, like I said, over promise, right?
Oh.
And I made him promise, though, that if he does fix it, that he has to make one of those videos that he does so well, with no dialogue, just music and typing. And he said, if it works, I will. So
excellent.
So exciting stuff on the typewriter front. Good to see all of you. I got so many great letters this last week. And then being stuck at home, I was able to respond.
Oh,
So a bunch of letters went out. The one to Kimberly still in process. So we'll see how she likes that. And I got my postcard exchange, and my correspondent is an old friend. I couldn't be happier about that. So all good in a very, of course, you're not going to believe it, in a very cold and chilly San Francisco. I had last night after the call, I got off, I couldn't get warm. I had to walk around the house and close all the windows, slept under a down comforter, and turned on the electric mattress pad because it was so cold.
wow.
Yeah. Welcome to the Bay Area. It's like,
There you go.
That sounds awesome.
Yeah.
So
yeah, that would be
good to see all of you, of course. And once again, Gregory, thank you for doing what you do.
Of course. And it's good seeing you. And I like your mug there.
Oh yeah, this is it's like a thermal mug.
Oh, okay.
But it's only half effective if you don't have like a little cap thing, which I've since lost.
Oh.
It's one of those things, if you take it outside in the yard or you run over it with your car in the garage, you can't really do any damage to it. So it's stuck around. It's indestructible.
Nice.
Very good. Tell us, Andrew, the year of your letter. What year is it?
It's a 1975. I'll hold it up.
Oh, nice. Yeah. Late.
Yeah, very late. But it's got, consequently, like it's got the zipper on the bag, and everything is perfect. And you can see the typeface, and where I'm just writing to Kimberly. And
Yeah.
you see where I said to blame William if she doesn't like it. And, but look at this. It's so light.
Yes. So Andrew, that's the machine I took with me on vacation.
Oh, that makes total sense.
For typing. Yeah. I really like, it's a full featured typewriter in a very compact. And my 32 happens to work extremely well. So it's not this, apparently you can get some bad ones and people don't like them, but like my 32, the touch is very free, and it's so free that it types on its own almost.
But the keys are small. When I first started using it, I felt like some guy who was ham-fisted trying to use like a BlackBerry phone or something with those little keys. But I did get used to it. So what I'll probably do is I like the 32 so much, I'm going to hold on to this for a while, but I may try and find one with a more practical typeface, because I think I'd make a lot of enemies if I wrote letters in script to anybody other than Kimberly. So
I love getting scribble letters.
All right, well, you might be next on the hit list, William. So
there you go.
But I could see getting another one in a more conventional, let's not call it practical, but just a more conventional typeface, which is probably what you have, Daniel. A Pica or Elite or something like that.
Yeah. I have it's what I do have is is a Pica, a 2.6 millimeter pitch, which is just a little bit bigger than 10 CPI. So it's very visible. It's very clear.
Yeah, that's nice. Yeah, we last night on the call, Ted was on the call too, and he said there's a typeface with not Olympia, with Olivetti's called, is it Techno, William? Wasn't that what we said? And it looks a little bit like senatorial on the Olympia machines. And so while we're talking, I was going on to like some advertisements, and amazing, all these machines, and nobody shows the typeface. So I sent messages, hi, could I see the typeface? And we'll see if one comes up with that Techno, because it looked very clear. It looked like something like you're describing, Daniel, that, you know, easy to read.
Yeah, easy to read. My latest find, which I discovered thanks to some guys on the Facebook collectors page, that that Olivetti has a modern pica or modern pica, which is a little bit like the Vogue, in its Vogue. how nice it is, and that they published that. It must be a couple 3 weeks ago now, 3 weeks at least, saying that they found an Italian typewriters, something that looks like the Vogue with the E with a bar instead of, you know, the bar in the middle of the E being flat or horizontal, and so on and so forth. And it's like, wow, that is really, really a nice typeface. Yeah.
Now, yeah, so those would be great to find. And it's amazing that people, it doesn't occur to them when they advertise on Craigslist or on eBay or wherever to, you know, maybe show what the typeface looks like. 2/3 of them don't. So yes. I sent out some, you know, what does it look like? And we'll see how many respond.
Yeah. And usually when I ask them, they say, oh, the ribbon.
Right. It's too dried up. I can't show.
Yeah. So I say, take a photo of the slugs and send that to me, and I'll figure it out. So.
I don't know if I could. I might have to get like a mirror and reverse it or something if I did that. I don't know if I'm clever enough to make the deduction, but
all you have to do is there's a code too on certain, like Olympias. There's a code. Hermes has a code, and there's a list of codes. But
well, this is Olivetti's, and so I don't know.
Right.
According to Ted, Ted says that Olivetti's are just outlaws when it comes to serial numbers and he says they're just outlaw machines. So it's just what you see is what you get. So,
yes. Okay.
What were you saying, William?
You could ask the seller to take a good close-up of the type slug themselves. Once you've got the picture, then you open it, and then you go to view, flip, rotate, flip 180, and you got it.
The only thing I have a little guilt, because I figure that like 90% of the people that take the trouble, I'm not going to be interested in what they have. So that's the only reason I'm like, they spend 45 minutes taking all these pictures, and I'm like, okay, thanks. So I don't know. I'm torn.
As whenever I advertise a typewriter, I always type a good half page and put that as a type specimen.
Well, because you're a type guy. You get it. You know, these people, they find it in their grandparents' closet or something, and they're just trying to sell it.
Now, talking about Vogue, from what I understand, the real telltale is the uppercase W looks like two uppercase V's superimposed on each other where the inside lines cross.
Oh,
as opposed to come to a point.
That's correct for Vogue. Yeah.
You know, there are a bunch of those typewriters sitting around somewhere. I think it's rare, but it's probably not that rare that, someone's going to find it. They're going to put it up. They're going to advertise it without an example. And, they're out there. I think that people will find them. But for now, it's like, we'll see what I can find in the Olivetti outlaw world and see if we can bring a little order to the Wild West on that.
Pursue the Wild West.
Yeah, exactly.
Excellent. All right. Well, thanks again, Andrew.
Thank you.
Bill, it's good to see you.
Hey, Gregory. How are you?
Good, good. What's new in your world?
Um, Not too much. I did a lot of I think last week I reported that I got my Imperial Good Companion 5 in working order. And so I did a fair amount of typing with it over the past week. I sent out a number of letters and just basically got to the point where I kind of got burnt out on the machine. So I've returned to my SM9s.
Ah.
um, it's gonna need some more cleaning and degreasing. Basically, it may be some adjustments here or there for a couple of the keys that are a little um, stickier or heavier than what's the norm for the machine. But once I get it all in proper working order, it'll be a nice typer, you know, and pretty unique machine all in all. So that's been kind of interesting. And I was just thinking about, Andrew was talking about how most people don't think to list the, you know, the font or the typeface, and because they don't think about that. It's just something sitting, taking up space that they're trying to get rid of. And
Right.
if I've had like an interest in like the last SM9 that I bought, I was specifically looking for modern Pica, and I could tell from the type sample on the page and in the photo and the listing, that's what it was. And it's funny because I watched another one prior to that sell for like $100 more, simply because they had noted that it was modern Pica.
Yeah.
And I thought it was funny because, you know, it had all these people bidding on it, and maybe they just responded to the fact that somebody called out the typeface. But if they knew what that font style looked like, they would have been able to identify it pretty easily. But nobody else bid on, you know, the machine that I ended up buying. So
Wow.
it's really funny at times with those listings and the way it impacts the selling and buying process. But if I have an interest, I'll simply ask them, can you please include a photo of what a typed portion of a typed page looks like? And if they do so, then I can tell, you know, what the font is. And if they don't, then it's like, well, if you can't prove that it's actually working, then I'll offer you this much, you know, and use that as like a bargaining tactic. It's like, if you can't actually show that it's capable of typing, then it's not worth as much to me. And
Exactly.
to me is valid, you know. So that's how I've dealt with that. And then I saw that there was a typing prop, Gregory, so I went ahead and did mine really quick.
Yay.
Had Charlie Parker become creatively attached to the typewriter rather than the alto saxophone, he likely would have collaborated with the likes of Jack Kerouac later in life rather than Dizzy Gillespie. However, I would like to think that he still would have become known as Bird. That thought sets me at ease.
Oh, excellent.
Tweet.
And Charlie Parker is one of my absolute favorite musicians. So thank you for that. Excellent.
He is quite the innovator.
Oh yeah, definitely. Definitely. Have you seen the movie?
Yep.
Whew, that's heavy.
Yeah. It was good.
Yeah, very good. Very good. I highly recommend the movie Bird about Charlie Parker. So my goodness. Yeah. Excellent. Well, thank you so much for that, Bill. That's awesome. Because I felt a little bad because our typing prompts have kind of fizzled a little bit. So I'm glad to see someone jump right on it this time. So
I joined late last week. I think it was last week that I was on. That you had announced earlier you're only going to do Typewriter Club Live once a month going forward, starting next month.
Correct, but effectively, it's not really going to change because every other Sunday of the month is going to be hanging with the poor typist. So it's going to be. We have like some format to this. I mean, it's still kind of informal, but it's still kind of a meeting where I call on people. But hanging with the poor typist is going to be completely informal. I'm not going to call on anyone. We'll say hi and stuff, but it's going to be very, very laid back. It's still going to be on YouTube and on Zoom. So,
okay. Yeah. So we'll meet every other week, and one of those meetings will be Typewriter Club Live, and the other will be the free form.
Yeah. So the first Sunday of the month is Typewriter Club Live, and then every other, each additional Sunday of the month is going to be the hanging with poor typist. So it's still going to be every week.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so what happens when there's 5 Sundays in a month?
It'll still be hanging with the poor typist. Yeah. There's just one Typewriter Club Live.
Because I think more hang time.
Yeah. I think that'll kind of alleviate a little bit of my, because I have a lot of things going on in life right now. I mean, a lot. So it'll alleviate some of that. So yeah.
But Gregory, is there even 5 Sundays in any month in the year?
There would be.
I don't think so.
No,
I don't think so. Because in my clock collectors meeting, we meet on the 4th Sunday of the month, and that's usually the last Sunday.
52 divided by 12 is 48, and 4 weeks additional. So 4 of those months will have maybe an additional Sunday or something, right?
That'd be
really?
over.
Something like that.
yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, but regardless, essentially things are going to be the same. It's just the format of those hanging with the poor typist are going to be very, very laid back. You probably won't even have all these fancy graphics on the screen, and yeah. Yeah. So, yeah. I needed to change his name. We have iPad Pro, which is actually Bill in Albuquerque. Is your camera working, Bill?
Yeah.
Okay. Because I saw you had your hand up, so I don't know if you wanted to share something or.
Oh, that must have been an accident. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's okay. That's okay.
Yeah, let me turn on the.
Let me see if I can rename you real quick here. You'll be Bill and ABQ. There we go.
All right. There we are.
Excellent.
There you go.
Very cool. All right. So we'll get back to the order here. And was there anything else new with you, Bill? Bill Guthrie, sorry.
Oh no, I was just waving to the other Bill since he.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So,
Okay.
yeah, no, I'm done. That's all that's news with me.
Okay. Again,
Thank
so
you.
good to see you.
Likewise.
And we're catching Joe taking a bite.
It's breakfast time in Albuquerque. I don't know
I
if
know.
Bill is eating actually, but what I'm eating is, we don't have to show our food, I guess, right? That's not really a thing, but I'm eating migas, which is like scrambled eggs with corn tortillas and chili and cheese in it, right?
Oh.
It's a little New Mexico kind of a thing. But I also have my little Corona 3 off to the side. And because I'm a child of the 60s and 70s, I was thinking about that song, My Sharona. Remember that song?
Oh, I love that.
Mhm.
But with my Corona, that would be really stupid to say that. But I'm going to say it anyways.
My Corona.
My Corona. Yes. Can't sing it, but I can say it. The knack. Thank you, Bill.
Yeah.
Yes, yes.
So
That's one of my happy songs, actually.
Oh, yes. Well, so I missed even what the typing prompt is today. What is the typing prompt?
Bird.
Oh, bird. Oh, yeah, bird is
Yes.
the word.
Bird is the word.
There was actually a shop in Albuquerque down in Nob Hill called Birdland that had been there for years. It was kind of a hippie themed thing. They had like a VW microbus inside the shop, all painted up with flowers. And I think they eventually became a cannabis dispensary once cannabis became legalized here. But they were always kind of in that slant of things. Birdland. Anyways.
Yeah.
Well, anyways, how are you doing, Gregory?
Good, good.
Doing good, good. Well, I'm just winding down from a work week and starting my weekend here. So,
Oh, yes, yes.
I haven't done any typing since last week, and I have another letter from my little friend in Hood-Ripa Valley, Javier. He's sent me a letter like every week almost now, which is
Yeah.
cool.
He's
So,
prolific.
yes, and I got Ted's package. That was a lot of fun. Ted always makes really cool packages, care packages. Yeah, so definitely going to have to work hard to match his style and everything or whatever. It's not really a competition, but
No.
anyways, it's fun to get stuff from Ted. I haven't yet listened to the mini CD, but he has supposedly some fireworks sounds and stuff like that on one of them, so it's going to be real fun. And anyways, it's cool.
Excellent.
Yeah. So were you, Gregory, the recipient of a computer from Ted, or is it somebody else I was thinking about?
No, that was me.
Yeah. That's pretty cool. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it was quite the discovery. I still need to send out the micro cassette I recorded as I was discovering the computer, and so that'll be fun for Ted. But I want to put at least a couple other things in there. It's not going to be like a big package, but
Right.
Yeah.
Definitely. Yeah, I kind of like the micro cassette thing, and
yeah, it's fun.
It's kind of fun to carry it around and just make a travel log out of it.
Yes.
But well, anyways, I don't know what else I have to say here.
Okay, that's okay.
My wife was saying, "Are you going to be meeting with your little friends this morning?"
Oh.
I go, "Yeah, we're having our little play date. Our little friends are meeting this morning." So
we're not all little.
Some of us are not so little anymore. But
Oh, she's got a baby.
Yeah. Anyways,
that's funny.
All right. Well, it's good to see Bill Taft there also. Bill, hello, from across town.
Excellent.
For long grass. I guess there's something to be said for long grass.
Yes.
I like long grass.
Julian and I are just watching a deer on a back lawn, munching on tall grass.
Excellent. I wondered what the whispering was.
Yeah, that was been watching a deer nibbling on grass.
Nice.
That's one thing about living out of town, is that you get wildlife coming through now and then.
Yeah. Excellent. What's new with you?
Well, I actually have something new on the typewriter front.
Ooh.
Studio 45.
Yep. Studio 45, made in Don Mills, Ontario, in Canada.
Nice.
Very nice.
Which is just a letter of 32 at a big shell.
Yeah.
This is one that I found on Kijiji, messaged back and forth with the seller a couple of times, and my wife has quite a few friends who live in Calgary, and one of them lives only about a 5-minute drive from this person, so we got them in touch. She picked it up and handed it off to Julia last time she was there, and she brought it home last Thursday. And of course, it needs a cleanup, it needs a servicing, but I just checked out the platen hardness for the drometer, checked specs at about 95 to 97. That's a little on the hard side, but for a typewriter of that age, it's quite usable. Put a backing sheet behind it. fairly ordinary typeface. Don't know how you can read that.
Oh yeah, there we go.
Yeah, just normal.
Yeah, types pretty nicely though.
Yep, but it's a nice looking machine. Mid-century modern.
Yeah, very good.
Oh, I bet he was the Taco Bell of the typewriter world.
Mhm.
Excellent.
Taco Bell. Bell doesn't work very well, so it's not much of a taco.
Same stuff, different shapes.
Yeah, I know.
There you go. There you go. There you go.
Yeah.
I was sort of
Yeah.
making the connection, but not quite. So I'm glad you.
The chalupa
Yeah.
of typewriters.
I like Bill's comment. Am I the only one who thinks Kijiji's a pop band from the 80s?
Oh yeah.
Kijiji is actually a Swahili word meaning village.
Oh.
And the idea was that by opening Kijiji, we're able to bring buyers and sellers together like a small village. And that there's, look at the letters that spell Kijiji, they're all right next to each other on the keyboard. That's if you have a QWERTY keyboard.
Okay.
I was young. The radio station in our little town had a segment on
Cuckoo.
Saturday mornings called Swap Shop, and people would
Mhm.
list something like 2 26-inch bicycle wheels with tires for trade for a wheelbarrow, or something random like that. And it somehow survived for I remember it being on for years. So they must have had some success in bringing buyers and sellers together on their crazy wish lists. And some of it, of course, was just, things for sale, but a lot of it was for, I'll trade this for that. And it worked. Really weird.
Wow. I know
Okay.
there's I forget what it's actually called, but it's basically a loose organization of people that basically do trade, of services, products, what have you, with no money whatsoever involved. So it's essentially like free things, but I guess the idea is, you'll get something for free, but then, you'll offer something for free. So yeah, I think my friend belongs to something like that. So he was trying to get me into it, but I'm involved in too many things. Yeah.
Back in the 80s and 90s, there was a show on a pretty local radio station called Tradio.
Oh.
If you had something you wanted to buy, if you were looking for something to buy or wanted something to sell or wanted to trade, you'd phone in, talk to the presenter. They would then put it on the air, then give you the phone number. People would then phone you if they had what you wanted or wanted what you had.
I just imagine someone doing that as a podcast. I suppose you could do it as a podcast. Bring it back.
Oh, no, you have to remember this was back in the day before the internet really took off.
Yeah. But as we know, as typewriter collectors, things come back. Excellent. Was there anything else new with you, William?
That's about it. Letter writing kind of has stalled out for us the last 6 weeks. I've just been going flat out in the shop. Hopefully in another 6 weeks or so, things will start slowing down a bit, so that I can get back into some serious letter writing, because I've got a big backlog of letters I need to get written.
Yeah.
But we'll work on that. All in good time.
Yep, definitely. I see Anthony Connolly in the comments mentioned freegans. So I guess that's one of the terms for it is freegans, people that basically give things away for free and exchange no money, that sort of thing. So thank you for that, Anthony. Yeah. All right. Let's see here. Ted, how are you doing?
I am doing fine. How are you?
Excellent. Very good. Very good. Yeah. It's getting warm already, but I'm good.
Oh, it's gotten warm.
Oh yeah, yeah. I can't compare to you, so
Yes, there's that.
yeah.
Let's see. Oh, I've got this letter going out internationally. It's the chain
Oh.
letter. Bill will be happy
Ah.
to hear that.
Nice.
So then I've got another one going to Canada.
Cool.
Then I got one that I've already responded to, so I'm all caught up again. So if you're thinking of writing me, I'm caught up again.
We can't keep up with you, Ted.
No, my system is too efficient.
Oh man.
I can put them out the same day they come in.
Wow, that's great. Now, I'm sorry to admit it, but I haven't checked in on your blog in at least a few days.
There's nothing new there
Okay.
for a couple days. So
Okay. All right.
So
Excellent.
why are you expecting something to show up there?
I always look for things on your blog, like daily. Like, did Ted post again?
Then you've been very disappointed this month because it's been a while since I posted.
Yeah. Trust me, I've been disappointed many times.
It would be
it's
all the same stuff. I would be posting about writing letters. So
yeah.
that's what I'm
Excellent.
being very good at right now.
Yeah. Have you been working on any typewriters lately?
Working on any typewriters? No, they all pretty much work pretty good.
Okay, excellent.
The ones I want to use. So
yeah.
I mean, I could probably go and pull one off the shelf that's I don't really want to use.
Yeah.
Like any Olivetti that I have.
So Ted, is that a Sprite or a Swinger?
Sprite. It's the one without the radio lid.
Yep.
This was this has a nice story that I can write to people in my letters and tell them about it. So I won't tell you guys because that would be spoiling it.
Exactly. Yes. You don't want to spoil your outgoing letters.
Of course. That's special for the people who get them.
Yes. Excellent. And how about your various 80s electronics and that sort of thing? Anything interesting going on there?
80s electronics.
How adept are you at making another cup of Tang for me?
I
Three
can make
heaping
Tang.
spoons of Tang?
Tang, I can do. Yeah.
I'm pretty good at the Tang.
You
put a little vodka in it. You put a little vodka in it. It's all grown up.
Of course,
the better thing to do is actually to use Kool-Aid in vodka, but that's
there you
just
go.
Me. Yeah. I was out of orange juice, so my wife is making Tang. Plus, I was a child of the '60s, and so I watched the Apollo, moon landings, and of course Tang advertised that they were used on the space program, where they weren't actually used in Apollo, but they were used in the early space program.
Yeah.
But it was advertising, stuff. So
yeah.
I remember that
I was
too.
feeling like an astronaut.
I am, put a little vodka in there and you will be flying.
I love it.
I was a little junior survivalist at very young point in my life, and I used to bury packets of Tang and instant breakfast, Carnation instant breakfast and stuff in the backyard, so that if the apocalypse came, I would dig up this chest and have something to eat.
You were a prepper.
Yep, a prepper.
So
Junior prepper.
Are those packets still in the ground somewhere?
Probably. They're under a road now because that house got bulldozed and turned into a road.
Oh wow.
Are they in date?
They are probably out of date.
They probably are still just as good as they were when they
30,
were new,
40
right?
years.
There's nothing to go bad in that stuff.
Oh yeah, they're in aluminum
nothing
packets.
real
They'll
in
be
there.
fine.
Oh, excellent.
So,
anything else new with you, Ted?
nope.
Okay.
I am blissfully unassailed by new terrible things happening to me. So
Well, that can be a good thing, definitely.
that is always a good thing. I always appreciate not being assailed by terrible things.
Exactly. Yes. Excellent. Well, it's so good to see you, Ted.
It's good to see you too.
Oh, there it is, the tang. Excellent. Yeah, when I was a kid and we would have tang, we would always make it extra strong, like super strong.
Well, my secret hack to Tang is you take a bowl of vanilla ice cream and you sprinkle Tang powder on top of it, and it tastes like a dreamsicle, one of those, vanilla orange popsicles. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh,
when you think you don't have enough refined sugar in your diet, that's what you want to do.
Exactly.
See, now that's NASA thinking. That's NASA thinking right there. That's Joe at his best.
That's right. Exactly.
Excellent. All right. Let's see. Bill and ABQ, how are you doing?
I'm doing very well. How are you guys?
Good. Good. We haven't seen you in a while.
Yeah, I've been tuned out in general, but thought I'd see your wonderful faces again.
Excellent. Excellent. Is there anything new in your world?
Well, let's see. I'm in. I'm restoring a Victrola, so Joe's seen it, but I'm doing some work on the paint job on the horn, and which at some point I'll show you guys later some other time. But
definitely.
So yeah, that's what I've been working on. That's why I spent most of yesterday working on it. The goat head grotto, we call it. For all of you know what goat heads are, they're the New Mexico state fruit. And Joe knows what I'm talking about. Anybody who's ridden a bicycle in Albuquerque knows what surely knows and hates goat heads. The plant is also called puncture vine. If you don't know what those are. So yeah, that's the things have been going well. Things are busy at work. Tourists are coming in to visit the Southwest, visit Santa Fe. Get to meet with a lot of wonderful new people every day. A lot of people with strange and interesting questions, and so life is going pretty good. I just got myself I just picked up myself a secondhand Cameron sensitive drill, and for those of you who know what a sensitive drill is, it's sort of a watchmaker's drill, and I'm having fun cleaning that up and getting that in working condition. So go ahead and look up Cameron micro drill someplace, and you'll see what I'm talking about. It's a lot of fun to use. It's called a sensitive drill. For those of you who haven't played with one, it's called a sensitive drill because you can feel when you lower the quill, you have a much more sensitive feel for the bit touching the material that you're working on.
Oh.
And because it's meant for drilling extremely small and precise holes, so I got a little practice in on that yesterday after tuning up the machine. It was had a lot of end play. It had a lot of dried up lubricant, things like that. So I had to tear it apart and put it back together. Now it works like it was new.
Excellent.
So that's some of the fun things that are going on.
Yeah, very cool. All right. Well, it's so good to see you.
Thank you. It's good to see you guys.
Excellent.
Good to see you, Bill.
Let's see here. The order of the people has changed, so I'm like, who was next? We'll go with Chris McElroy. How are you, Chris? You're muted.
And everybody went dark. Hey, how's everybody doing?
Good, good.
Good, good. Good to see everybody. Saw some of us were up far too late last night. But yeah, how are you doing, Greg? I haven't seen you in a few weeks.
Yeah, pretty good. Pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good, good.
Yeah. Anything new in your world?
There's a lot new. So a lot's come in, a lot's gone out, and nothing that anybody hasn't seen before. So I won't waste anybody's time with that.
Okay.
But as I showed some of the guys last night, the one thing that I had that I thought would be more interesting to those of us as far down the rabbit hole as we are is this guy. I got my hands on this guy in a antique market. All the guy does is sell old farm tools and stuff like that. And it was at the bottom of a bin. It wasn't priced like it was at the bottom of a bin, but it was at the bottom of the bin. So yeah, I used it yesterday to lower a capital J on a Series 5, and it is a beautiful thing.
Wow.
So yeah, I think they call it 9. Oh, Ted, have you got one there, Ted? Is it a 9 jaw? Is that what they call it, buddy?
Yeah, 9-prong pliers.
Sorry, say again.
9-prong pliers. Yes,
Yeah. Okay.
it's got 9 of these
Yeah.
jaws on it.
Now, are the handles on yours as rough as mine? Like they look sand
cast.
cast.
Yeah, they're sand cast.
Yeah, it's exactly.
I think
the
I've got
same.
the same exact tool you got.
Yeah. Nice. Do you
Let's
like
see,
it?
It's got it's very handy.
You can really overuse it, right?
You have to use it very carefully.
It's definitely a tweaking tool, not a grunting tool.
Yeah, it is quite powerful. It can it can bend a type bar in bad ways very quickly.
Oh wow. yeah, and probably unrecoverable bad ways, right? Like
they can snap. Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
wow.
But anyway, so that's the newest thing that would probably be of any interest to anybody.
Okay. Well, that's pretty cool. I thought you were going to say you used it to pull teeth or something.
I know. Well, the great thing is you could do 3 at once.
Yeah.
Since I've been waving this around, the cat's been behaving much better. I don't know why. It's been great.
Maybe because it looks like an instrument of torture.
That's
it really does.
But yeah, that's great. Thanks, Greg. Thanks for everything you're doing. We're having a good time on that Saturday night too.
I'm so glad. Yeah. That's awesome.
I think maybe for the East Coast people, I've got to propose maybe a time expansion so we can get into that a little bit earlier, because my Saturday nights are turning into like 2:30 in the morning, and I'm way too old, way too old. And I don't want to miss anything because we have so much fun on that thing. But and then poor Ted jumped in late last night, and we were all ready to bail out, and I felt like we left Ted kind of hanging there. So maybe we can back it up a couple hours.
I was just testing my setup anyway. I have a new OBS setup, so.
Oh, do you? Okay.
I just wanted to make sure it was working. Like I had all those microphone problems at the beginning.
Yeah,
so.
You got it all set though. So are you still are you still using your cam mic, or are you using that boom mic there?
Let's see. You hear the tapping?
Yeah.
So it's that mic.
You got your camera mic. Okay. Very good. Thanks, Greg. Sorry, I'm taking it on a different direction.
No, it's okay. Like I said, this is a meeting, but it's a very informal meeting, so it's all good. Let's see, Robert, how are you doing?
Hello, good evening. I'm doing fine. Yesterday I started. Now here I'm at my holiday. at the island of Föhr in northern Germany. I think I wrote something or told you last Sunday, and I thought, okay, if the connection is good, I will join here. And what I'm doing, I'm joining here.
Excellent.
Yeah. What do I have to report? I have to report. I took with me an arsenal of some typewriters for doing my correspondence. So, for example, this one. This is a Gosen Tipper, and I've taken it with me because it has a very tiny typeface.
Ah.
And so I have a lot of text to write on a postcard. So I think I will send a lot of postcards here. And this, I think, is the right weapon to do this. And it is a fine typeface. So my handwriting is very bad. So all my relatives will be happy to receive postcards which are readable.
Yeah.
And the rest of my arsenal is placed here. So this is for my diary. This I will take maybe for public writing here. It's a Remington Portable, then a Hermes Baby. And this is a Royal 200, which is a light typewriter, with also very useful for everything you need. And for example, maybe something might break. So I have something in stock here to continue doing my work I have to do here. I take it just a little bit outside because I'm really happy about the house where we live. We're living here, and look what we have in the backyard.
Oh, wow.
Okay, this is my family.
Oh.
Okay, and some guests and friends.
Excellent.
So just turning you around back to me. So you see, we have a good time here. And yesterday I started with every day I write a little bit my diary, and therefore I use my typewriters. As I said, I will do some postcards for the postcard exchange, and for lots of you I want to write to, and to my relatives, of course. So that I think I'll have a lot of time here to do this. The weather is just fine, a bit colder than at my home. At our home we have about 30 degrees Celsius. Here it's about 20 degrees, so it's a bit refreshing compared to my home. Well, what else do I have to report? When I will be back at home, there I have ordered some typewriters, but stopped them to wait until I'm back. So there will be a Valentine, which was a very good price. And the seller told me, I don't know if I told it you last Saturday, the typewriter was stored in a car, and there was a lot of heat, and so the case was totally bent and melted partly. So I'm curious about if I can repair it or not. I think with a heat gun or maybe something like that, maybe I can correct it a bit. So just to get it in use, and maybe more, we will see. I think when it's here, I will show you. And then in my town, there was an SG3 from 1967. So really the most solid SG3 was built later. They were built in Mexico with a bit easier quality. But I'm really happy to have this machine, but I can pick it up in Frankfurt, in my neighbor town, for free. That's great. Even with the paper support, with the plastic paper support.
Oh, yeah.
The only thing is damaged, so I have to look around, is the right knob is missing. But I think I will get a spare part somewhere, or maybe make something out of wood or what else. Let's see. Yeah, that's probably the most I can tell you. Expect that I'm having a really good time. So yesterday we've been the whole day on the road, so we were very tired and went to bed early, and now had a good sleep, and the air is very fresh here, so I'm feeling totally fine. But I don't want to bore you with my holiday talking. So nothing more to say, just that I'm having a good time, and yeah.
Excellent.
Yeah.
I'm reminded, you were talking about the melted case.
Yeah.
I had a Royal Futura 800, one of the blue ones, and it came with a melted case, and it just boggles my mind, like, how does this happen? But that typewriter, it had a lot of issues, and I have I think a couple other Futura 800s. So I ended up, I think that was one that I included in this big bundle deal with Bob Marshall. So yeah, but yeah, how do you melt a typewriter case?
It seems that the seller told me the typewriter was placed in a car and standing in the sun.
Yeah.
And I don't know how it happened. Interesting for me is the typewriter working, because the outer shell of the typewriter is also a little bit bent, but I think it might be in functional order. And as I said, the price was really cheap. So if I can't save the case, I have another Valentine where I have inner issues, so I can make 2 out of 1, 1 out of 2, sorry, and then later try to repair the other pieces. And so I'm just happy with it. But just to say, Olivetti typewriters, I always say they are like Alfa Romeo driving. It's fun, but always an issue with it. So they're not my number one, the Olivettis. Expect my Ico.
Now, those are fighting words, by the way, so be careful.
And they sound awful.
With my Ico, I'm very happy. This is the only Olivetti which is really without any issue, but I think it's built in the 30s, so much more solid, like the ones from the 60s, 70s. But they're sympathetic. You have to like them. Yeah, they have style and they have character. That's what I like. Compared to an Olympia. An Olympia is always working and on function, and in this case, just kind of boring compared to an Olivetti. For example, one of my Olivettis, I need about to write maybe 2 or 3 lines until it works fluently. The first 2-3 lines, the ribbon won't lift correctly, or the carriage doesn't run perfectly. But when it's warm, like sports, yeah, you have to type a bit, and then all of a sudden it runs really easy and free, and it's just fun to write, like an Alfa Romeo, maybe.
Yeah.
Robert, you were saying about using a typewriter for typing postcards. I just received a postcard from my brother, who was on holiday down in Cornwall.
Okay.
You were saying you have bad handwriting. Take a look at that. See if you can even read that.
It's handwritten.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
GP, is it?
Yeah.
He must be a doctor.
You need to gift him a typewriter.
Yeah. Well, he has a Boots PT400 in his attic that he never uses.
Oh, wow.
The problem with postcards is for me always you can't get them well in the typewriter, so I have to take it on a paper and glue the paper on the typewriter. This works.
Yeah,
I tried it with a standard typewriter with a big
light diameter platinum. Yeah.
This works, but with an ultra portal with the small carriage doesn't work fine. So, but I have a glue stick, and so I can write and glue it on, and it's okay.
Yeah.
As I said, I think I will write some to you, to many of you, to have something to do here.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Of course, a couple.
A
couple.
Somebody's having fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A couple of solutions would be. One thing I do is use vintage postcards. And I've even taken modern postcards and copied them onto just like thinner cardstock and done it that way. What are you holding up, Joe?
Avery 6874 labels.
Ah, yes.
They are half postcard sized for standard postcards. Roll them into the typewriter, type on them, and stick them onto your postcard.
Okay. Yeah. I don't know if I get the size here in Germany. Maybe I have to take.
But you have to get them in France. It looks like there's French writing here.
Yeah, etiquette permanente.
That might have been for our Canadian friends. So
yeah, it could be.
I got
French, yeah.
I got a glue stick, and it works quite well. And so I can cut it in the size I want, because we have several sizes of postcards here and several spaces for the text or the addresses. So it will work.
Yeah.
And this typewriter is really a nice one for, I don't know if you know the Gosen tipper. I think it's quite. It's also with these gull wings pieces, and this is the first. This is the first generation of the tipper. It's all solid metal, quite heavy for an ultra portable, and I think it's built in the early 50s, 52 or something like that. And later the tipper was distributed by Adler. And so just to try to get out the paper here. It's just, and this is the case here. There were several cases in program. This is a little bit of also. And the best thing of this machine is I got it for free from someone from my work. She told me she found it on the pavement to be thrown away, and she asked me, "Do you want a typewriter?" I said, "Why not?" And
Wow.
this is really very solid. The only problem I have, maybe someone knows it, when I turn the, I can't turn it back.
Oh.
I think it's too much tension maybe here on the ratchet. Sometimes it works, but now it stops. And so when I'm going on the second, switch here for 1 or 2, then it works. But when I have only one line space, it doesn't go back.
Huh.
But that's not a huge problem. I can handle it, and you see it's really in a good shape, just like new, and even it has a bell.
A nice bell.
Yeah, it's nice. It's nice. And maybe this is another typewriter. I will maybe go outside here. We have a promenade on the beach, and maybe if I have the urge to present myself, or then maybe I will do some public writing.
Yeah.
Just to that people come by and tell me, "Oh yeah, I got a typewriter in the attic. Do you want it?" We'll see about it.
Excellent.
Okay. So no, I don't want to steal all your time. I'm just will watch a little bit more, then later go outside in the backyard to my family. But I told them no, I have to be Sundays here because I like it to be Sundays with you. It's really a highlight for my week.
Excellent. Well, it's so good to see you, Robert.
Thank you.
All right. Daniel, you had a comment or question?
Yes, thanks, Robert. I just wanted to comment on the problem you just showed on your TIPA, that I had the same problem on the Olympia Monica, and it was an adjustment of the tension of the spring of the carriage return, and I fiddled with it and was able to release some of the. It's just a question of the time of engagement for that pawl and that ratchet, and it solved it. So look on the side, on the left-hand side, if there isn't some kind of adjustment there. I don't know the TIPA. I'm just telling you that on another typewriter, which is a different make and manufacturer, I had this exact same problem, which was I was able to resolve from adjusting, but the spring, which is a leaf spring, and changing the screw and moving the leaf spring a little bit, that solved it all. So that might be what was it. So the carriage lever was not in the right position. So it was all because of that carriage lever. That lever there was causing problem.
Ah.
Okay.
So look into it. You never know. Maybe that's going to work, but maybe not. So it's just an idea.
So as you say, the line advance pawl is not lifting off the ratchet when the lever is in home position.
So when I'm in the normal position now, could you, Gregory, could you size up my picture? Yeah.
Yeah, there we go.
That's how it looks like. So maybe I'll open up this one so I can see. Here behind is the, I think this is the ratchet piece.
Okay, that's your detent roller.
Yeah, and now it worked. Now it stops. Now I can't. I'll need to take the other hand so you see better. Now I can turn it in this direction, and sometimes it works in this direction, and sometimes now it's jammed.
Slowly move the line advance lever.
This one?
Yes.
Yeah.
Nice and slowly. Okay, so the ratchet is okay. So the ratchet itself, the pawl itself, is down towards the bottom of the ratchet, and so that pawl is not lifting off the ratchet when the
just
lever is in home position.
When I'm turning the red, then you see this one. This is the advantage. This works without problem. The turning here. Now it's jammed again.
Okay. Where your thumb is right now,
yeah.
Move very slightly to the right, and there is an L-shaped bracket.
Yeah, that looks bent.
This
yes.
one?
Yes.
Okay.
Lift that bracket up a little with a fine pair of pliers, or put a screwdriver in beside it, and move it so that the vertical part of the bracket is parallel to the end of the.
Yeah. Okay. You mean to the left a little bit?
Oh,
move it to the right.
To the right.
Yes.
This direction. Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. I tried later on because now I have no tools with me.
Okay.
But,
yeah.
Wow.
I would say start with a small flat blade screwdriver, get in between there, and pry that L-shaped bracket so the vertical is vertical.
Okay, I try this. Thank you very much. Always nice to have good ideas, and I'll try it out and will report. I don't know, maybe I have a Swiss Army knife with me here, but I don't know if this is the right tool or if I wait until I'm back home to have a bit better tools. But I'll try it out.
Very cool.
Okay, thank you very much, William.
Yeah, definitely.
It's called the mechanic's eye.
Yeah.
Always good to have good people around.
Yes, yes.
You might have a flat screwdriver in your car with the tools that are provided in case you need to change a wheel or something breaks down. Some cars sometimes come with a flat screwdriver.
I think I have a Swiss Army knife with me here somewhere. I will find something. Or the problem is not so hard that I can't do anything. I think Christoph is lifting his hand. Christoph?
Yeah, I have something. Hello, I have something funny about the Erika. As you see, the paper doesn't move.
Yeah.
And I thought it was broken. And I discovered that there's a unlock system inside.
Oh, wow.
Unlock. It doesn't move.
Interesting.
Lock. It moves. I said, wow, it's broken. With Erika is so clean. It can be possible it's broken, but no, it's not broken. It's a dislock, an unlock, engage. I don't know how to say, but that's funny.
It's a feature.
I think it's not meant to be this way. I think there is a spring inside, and it should be unlock itself. So you have to push it to move it, and if you release it, it should go back. And in your case, it seems like the spring is missing or broken or something.
Or is it possible that is the line finder feature? That once you disengage it, you can rotate the platen just incrementally, but the line eventually
I think
does not move the platen.
Some of this.
Right, it didn't move. And now, up, I heard a little clack, and now it's moving. That's a funny feature on this Typewriter. So I always have my problem with. I resolve it. I think it's good.
Yeah.
And now I have to change the ribbon, and it will be good. Oh, that's funny. I discovered some few.
Do you like
It's a
Do you
very
like this machine?
interesting. It's a very interesting machine.
Yes, they are pretty common, but yeah, they are not that good, in my opinion.
Oh,
Too much
bad.
plastic.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of plastic, but for 20
But,
euro with
Christoph,
ribbon. Yeah.
Christoph, don't you have the owner's manual that came with that machine?
Yes, I have.
So what does it say about this feature?
That's a great point.
And
I'll check out my Erica, Daro Erica.
You're not supposed to look at the manual.
I have one. I have one too at home. Same model, Erica Daro. It's really a bomber in plastic, but I have it with Cyrillic letters in Russian. But I haven't done a lot with it because I can't speak Russian or can't read Cyrillic. It was meant maybe to learn this language, but it's a bit on the long bench now of my enterprises I'm planning to do. But it's really not a fine machine. It's the same. It came up on the other side, on the typewriter collector side. Someone was asking about a script, a Privileg machine. They were also very common, were often built in the German Democratic Republic. And you can get them in script, partly for fair money in Germany. I got one for 30 euros, but it's really a bad machine. It's not fine to type. It works, you can write, and it looks, the typeface is fine, but it's not funny to write on these machines because they're so wobbly and clackery and blah.
Oh.
Do those East German machines have like a Stasi monitoring device inside them, or
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Okay. It's to.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's turning.
It's for writing.
It's still turning. Turning in both.
Yes, I have the sentence, but it's in French.
Yeah.
Well, I think it's for adjusting the line.
But it's
when you
It's for writing. It's for writing on special paper. No. Yes, but it's in French.
It's what William said. It's what William said. It's the line finder feature.
Yeah.
It's the line finder. Roue libre. It's the line finder when you have a form.
It's basically
for a form paper.
picking and it's free.
So you can align it exactly to the form.
Oh.
To the line of the form. Yeah, you push it.
In both positions. But wait, it's not. Now I can touch it and it stays. Oh, so it is the same. So it's meant to be this way.
Mm.
Very interesting.
On the 5 Series Smith Coronas, you pull the button out of the center of the left-hand platen knob, although the line advance lever still turns the ratchet does not turn the platen.
Yeah, that's it. It's like a clutch. You can disengage it. So
yeah.
On the other side, you can there's a switch. Then you have also a free run, but still the ratchet is on the same points. And with this clutch function with a button to press, you can really freely align the machine to the forms.
Yeah.
What is this, Martin?
Yeah, this is my oldest one. Oh,
Yeah, it looks old, surely.
Oh. Wow. To show you the front. Oh my goodness.
Wow.
It's from 1938. Wow.
Mm-hmm. Looks older.
Yeah.
I thought it was kind of 20s.
That's so beautiful.
Yeah.
Nice.
And it's really hard to get one of these where all parts are not rusty.
Yeah.
And we were talking last night. Do you guys in Germany ever see the old Fraktur typeface?
Yes.
But only
I know
mostly
someone
on old machines.
Yes. one friend of mine here from the typosphere, he got about, I think, 3 machines with a Fraktur, and he had sent me a letter in Fraktur, and it's such a beautiful typeface, but they're so rare and so hard to get. When you find them on eBay, they run about €1,000.
Yeah, and $1,000. I've seen them here too. We don't get them too much, but and I'm sure they don't exist in a QWERTY. I think they've only exist obviously in a German keyboard.
I think there was only a small era of these typefaces. I think it was maybe from the 20s until short after the Nazis came over, and the Nazis, in one hand, they don't want to have Fraktur, so it's only about 5 or 10 years in the history, and only a few of them were built, I think.
Yeah.
And really hard to get, really rare. And so I'm searching and searching, but it's yeah.
I mean, it is really beautiful, but we were talking last night about rare typefaces, and that came up as probably one of the most rare.
I think so. Yeah, definitely. And yeah, what to do is just I'm looking, and maybe sometimes may find one by luck. But if someone knows what he has, he sells it for a price which is beyond my beyond my possibilities.
I hope you find one though. It'd be fun to see it.
Sure. I don't know if Philip, I think he's on the Type Pulse too. Maybe he will join some days here. I told him already, come to Type Pulse on Sundays. But well, I don't know if he has. Maybe he can. He does also a lot of videos on YouTube, but I don't know if he has a Fraktur machine on his videos. I will ask him, and maybe then he can do a bit, show these machines to us if he wants to. I don't know. I can't speak for him.
Yeah.
At least we know he has 3 Fraktur machines.
Yeah.
And I think he's watching us right now.
Yeah, last Sunday he wrote on the video on YouTube comments or something. So if he watches, I will greet him. Hello, Philip. If not, then he will maybe watch it on YouTube later. And then also, hello, Philip, come on to us Sunday at 1800 here in Germany. He's really interesting. He has a lot of knowledge, and he's fairly young. I think he's 16 or 17 or something.
16 years old, and mostly the most experienced one of all of us in Germany.
Looks like it. He does complete repairs and something like that, and really
painting and
yeah.
Wow.
So is the handle Badulai or Badulai?
Yes.
Yeah, that's him. That's him.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Does somebody know what is a etc. journal? No?
I think
Yes.
Ted can talk about that.
I found it on the internet. It's a PDF.
No.
Oh yeah, that's etc. magazine.
There you go.
Me and Diane are board members.
And I just recently subscribed to it.
Yeah, so
Great.
it's an excellent magazine. It's more focused towards antique typewriters.
Oh
but,
yeah, yeah.
It is still a very worthy read.
Yeah, very cool.
And if you go to Etsy Online, I think it's maybe org, etsyonline.org, I think. They have back issues available. Basically, any magazine past 2 years old gets put in the back issues thing as a PDF, so you can go back and read old issues and see if you like it and if you would like to subscribe.
Very cool.
Yeah, that's what Christophe found on the internet. He found a PDF of the back issues that just like you type. But it's funny, Greg, that you mentioned that, Gregory. I also subscribed recently to it after participating in the Zoom meeting of Tony Casillo's Zoom meeting of antique typewriters, and apparently they have a very good article coming out on the Selectrics.
Oh.
In, I don't know which issue exactly, but we mentioned that, and so yeah, I forgot to say on my turn that I did participate in the Zoom meeting last week, and it was quite interesting too. Lots of good information shared, and a kind of an announcement, big announcement from one of the members there. So it was big news.
Oh, interesting. And very mysterious.
Well, I can talk about it, but I don't want to take the time away from Martin and Robert and others. But I can just share maybe quickly that Philly Typewriters has acquired the shop of an old typewriter repair person, and that includes all the machinery to be able to replace the rubber on platens.
Oh, wow.
And rollers. So they will be, I don't know, they said in 2 years' time, it'll be ready to be able to service and replace rubber on platens. And they're working with the JJ Short anyway. So they'll continue to work with JJ Short because they can't do everything, but they have the machinery now, and they have one machinist that will be doing that. So
Okay.
that's the big news.
That's very exciting news. Yeah.
Yeah.
Excellent. Very cool. All right. So I believe next was going to be Diane. How are you, Diane?
I'm doing well, thank you.
Excellent. Anything new going on?
Well, yeah, I went to church this morning and I came home with 2 typewriters. Had no idea.
That's a good problem to have.
What'd you get?
Well,
What'd you get?
I don't know. It's like,
That's a great church.
Yeah.
SG1.
Yeah. And a Selectric
Electric.
too.
Okay.
I don't know what the serial numbers are. They're in the back seat of Mom's car. I did look at the ball on the Selectric. I think the SG1 is just pica, which is fine. The ball is Adjutant 12. Is that a rare typeface?
Not necessarily rare. No, it was pretty common.
Oh, okay.
It's a nice
heard of it.
typeface.
Oh,
It's
That's
more
all
of a
that
book
matters.
typeface. Yeah,
it what?
it's more of a book typeface than.
Oh, okay. But yeah, we'll have to see if I'll have to have help getting them out of Mom's trunk into my garage where I
Oh,
can
yeah.
blow them out. And it's like I can't be lifting that much stuff yet.
Oh, no.
My poor neighbor is not gonna like me, but
Oh.
he's not home at the moment, and the typewriters are still in Mom's car, so
Wow, that's a couple of very good acquisitions there.
yeah, there's a note on here. It's like she collects typewriters. That was the end of it. I'm like, meaning they're cleaning out the place. Oh, she collects typewriters.
Don't let them melt in the car.
Yeah.
What?
Don't let them melt in the car.
Well, they're gonna be in the car because I can't get them out of the car.
Yeah.
And the mom keeps her car underneath the carport, so it should be okay, even though it's a black car though.
Yeah.
Hey, the heat will loosen up the old grease in those electrics, so that might actually be helpful.
Oh. Well, given the dirt that I saw on the type ball, let's see.
Zoom in on you here. Oh yeah.
Yeah, there's some serious dirt there.
Yeah. Wow.
Not like you don't already collect typewriters that have a lot of that, Diane.
This is true.
Uh,
But I don't know the first thing about Selectrics, so
Me neither.
I was given a Selectric 1, which has been at the repair shop for a long time.
Oh yeah.
We'll just leave it at that. It's the one over there is a black one.
Wow.
And I have no idea if it works. I didn't even try to plug it in at the time. It went over there with a faucet standard of some sort. So they've both been over there for eons. So anyway, so yeah, I was not expecting to come home with 2 typewriters, and it's like, actually, I thought when they said they had typewriters, I was thinking, okay, I'm going to see some more wedges, and it's like, oh, Olympia, yay! Now I have 6. Yeah, so now I have 6 SG1s. That's kind of amazing. Need one, Joe?
That's funny. And anything else new with you? I mean, that was plenty, but yeah.
No, not really. My house, my office is still a mess.
Yeah.
I wish that wasn't the case, but it is.
At least you have an excuse right now.
I really don't.
You don't?
No, I really don't. I don't.
I was trying to give you an out.
I know you were. I appreciate that, but I don't think that I have an excuse. It's just a mess that I should deal with. I just don't deal with it enough.
Yeah.
So what's all this stuff scrolling on your screen? Typo radio, type co-op.
Basically, all the announcements that I make at the beginning, I just put them scrolling on the screen there, and then I also put the YouTube this way, the YouTube comments there. Yeah, so I'm trying to include the people that comment on YouTube, because I'm way back in the beginning, I was very good about reading out all the comments and stuff, but yeah. Now I put them on the screen and we can enjoy them that way. So.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Robert, you had a comment or a question?
Yeah, no, just a short, brief note. I'm right now leaving because I'm going outside to my friends again. So wishing you a good meeting, everything. Thanks for having me here. See you next Sunday. Bye-bye.
All right. Thank you so much, Robert. Very cool. All right. Well, and it's good seeing you as well, Diane.
Yeah, nice to see you too.
Yeah. Sean is typing away. Let's see what he's typing on. Ooh, that's pretty.
Oh, you unmuted me. Thanks. Yeah, sorry. The dog came up and started making grumbly noises. That wasn't me or my stomach or anything. So thank you. Yeah, Royal P. Brownie color. I don't know if that comes through on the video.
Yeah.
Yes, it does very nicely.
Very
yeah,
nice.
Yeah, that's an original color.
Nice.
It's
almost caramel color.
Yeah, somebody called it creme brulee, and I went, yeah, it's very creme brulee-ish. So that belonged to a Royal Typewriter salesman out of Pennsylvania. I got that from Antique Chop about a year ago. And so this was one of his personal ones. And after he retired, he rebuilt the whole thing and put new rubber on it. So I thought, oh, that's a cool. And no, it's not Vogue. It's just the usual thing. But that's okay. Everything else is nice. So yeah, it's fun to type on. But like with any typewriter, you leave them for a little bit, and sometimes parts and pieces gum up a bit and get slow, and then you got to sort of just get them back to happy.
Yeah,
which is what I was doing at the beginning here. But now we're rolling. So yeah.
Excellent.
Yeah.
At least your dog didn't try and get your typewriter on the floor. I had one of my cats decide he was going to jump up on my desk, and he got a paw inside of here, and I thought, oh great, he's going to take the whole thing over, but he didn't.
Oh. Wow.
That would have been bad.
Yeah.
That would have been bad for him and the typewriter for sure.
Yes.
Yeah, thankfully Chavez is totally uninterested in anything but treats and petting. Just fine by me, because then my typewriters stay safe.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
Very cool.
Yeah.
And anything else new with you, Sean?
Yeah, I got some new typewriters coming. The one I talked about last week isn't here yet, but I was hoping it was so I could show it to you. I'm
Yeah.
just writing a letter to a chap in Portland, Portland, wherever that state is, Oregon. He knows who he is. But yeah, there's not many people from Portland on here joking.
Hey, wait a minute.
Well, exactly. And this is why I said this, because actually there's a surprising number of people from Portland on these calls. So there's something about Portland and typewriters, I guess.
Yeah, we're fighting over them all the time.
Yeah, I know. It must be rough when you got so many collectors and type pals in the same city. Like, that sucks.
Lost 3 of them by just a matter of one had put up one over in Vancouver, which is only, like 10 miles away, our Vancouver, Washington. And within an hour, it was already gone. The other one, she had it at a garage sale. I called her on a Friday because I was in the area, and she goes, "Oh no, it's not until tomorrow." So I went the next day, couldn't find her. And she goes, "Oh, did you call about the typewriter? It's already gone."
Wow.
And then I went back to a estate sale just because I needed to get to, I wanted to go to something, not knowing if they had typewriters. And yes, they did. And I'm talking to the lady next to me, and she's showing me a picture, and they have another 1928 blue Corona looking in beautiful shape for about $45. So I'm standing there in line, and I'm like number 20. They let 15 people in, and here comes this old guy. He's the one in Canby, which is maybe 20 miles from Portland. And he's holding on to the case, and I know the case, and I'm looking at him come down the stairs. Mentally, I've already tripped him and grabbed it and run away, but couldn't do that so that was all in the space of a few hours. They're just, "I'm sorry, it's already gone. I'm sorry, it's already gone."
Wow.
Sorry to hear that, Sam.
That's okay. I've got one sitting up in Olympia waiting for a ride home, and one coming in from Delaware. So yeah, but I'm not saying what yet because it's a surprise.
Oh, okay, good. I thought you were not going to say what yet because, it might disappear like the other one. So you got to go get it quick.
Oh, no, I already paid for these.
Okay, good.
Oh, okay.
They're already paid for. And I'm not really collecting. Well, I am sort of collecting, but I'm a renter. So I want all my typewriters. They all serve a purpose, mainly for my own writing or entertainment, or, I can only do with so many picas. I would trade a couple of picas in for one that had a typeface that I really wanted. So I'm sort of investing because I know that there's so many other people here in Portland. I could still sell them off pretty quick if I needed to, or trade them in.
Which is good.
So anyway, sorry, had a lot of coffee. Didn't mean to take over.
That's all good. Yeah. So lots of folks in Portland. So I'm writing a letter to one of them in Portland right now, who shall remain unnamed, but who knows who he is. And then, yeah, other than that, this Royal, ever since Sam brought up the whole feet thing on Royal Peas last week, I've just had a natural obsession with looking at pea feet, or royal typewriter feet. So those ones on that 1929 were round. These ones are the squares with the little, sorry.
Time's up.
Time's up.
Start again.
I just hung up on talking my mom.
It's Aunt B calling. Pick up.
Yeah, the bill collectors. The squares with the little caps on them, and these ones I had to cut, but I didn't cut down enough, so they don't fit in the case anymore. Sorry.
Yeah, I thought they looked kind of chunky.
Yeah. He's gonna take his call. Excellent.
Stylistically, those feet actually look like a nice match for the typewriter.
Well,
Yeah.
they're good, but they didn't. I should have cut them off more because they stand too high now, and I didn't cut them down. And I didn't know because I'd never put them on, but now they won't fit in the case. And this is around the time when the cases went from being bolted on, like what Sam was looking for, to clipping in, like turning in with those little latches that all sort of Royals afterwards came with. So you could take them out a lot easier. So they're a little too high, but they were such a B to put in that I don't really want to take them off and cut them down because I'm sort of like tired of that. So anyway,
I'll be right back. Sorry, I got
yeah. Other than that, I will say to Mr. Monk, swinger or Sprite?
Right.
Is it a spray? I can't see, but yeah.
Let me make it.
Sprite. Well, Sprite. Yeah.
It's a Sprite.
Yeah. I can see Ted as a bit of a swinger too, but you never know between those two. They're pretty much
Nope, no radio lid.
no radio. Yeah.
This
Anyway,
this was an inheritance, so I got what I got.
Well, that's good. Yeah, no, you've got, so Eric Tidd got one after he got the Fleetwood. And then I was like, oh man, I should find one of those too. And now Ted's got one. So now I'm really going to have to find one just to have that blue and white weird thing.
A couple of weeks ago, we were talking about the volume control in the swinger being in full volume. And Joe, I think it was Joe, was talking about a certain product you can get that cleans and lubricates potentiometers, etc. I don't remember the name of that. Does anybody else remember what Joe said it was?
Contact cleaner. It's just a contact cleaner of some sort.
Yeah. Electrical contact cleaner.
It had a name.
Deoxit?
Deoxit is the one I know about.
The what?
Deoxit?
Deoxit, that was it.
Okay.
Yes. I've actually got a bottle of that. I realized I forgot all about it. I should try it out.
Yeah.
What was he using it on?
Volume controls that are sort of
The volume
when
controls on the radio.
Oh, that's right.
Swinger.
Yeah.
That's right. Yeah. I've used that on some of my vacuum tube radios before to free up some of the knobs with the mechanisms behind them.
When the carbon track gets dirty and the wiper doesn't make proper contact, you need to get that cleaned and put some lubrication on it.
Exactly. And then other than that, I just wanted to say hi to everybody on this call because I don't do that, but I'm going to try doing that more often. Dan, Ruben, it was good chatting with you on Instagram last week. Dan was busy, he'll tell about it. I'm not going to ruin his steal his thunder. But it's good connecting with people, you know, sometimes outside the call. And Dan's a super celebrity sort of guy. Like he makes my 1,400 followers like with his, so he's cool. So when I get to talk to Dan online, I'm like, oh man, blue checkmark guy, like, man, I'm so cool, which is great. So anyway, hi to everybody, and yeah, thanks very much for being here and being part of this family.
Well, hello, and thank you for being a part of it. Provided us with many laughs.
My only joy in life is to make some people laugh sometimes, once in a while, and hopefully walk away and totally forget about it 5 minutes later. So living in the moment.
Yeah, there you go. There you go.
You again?
Huh?
Were you again?
You're Frank, right? Anyway, yeah, Frank, good to see you. Frank from Cincinnati.
Oh man.
You're funny, Sean.
Yeah.
You're funny too, other William.
All right. Martin, how are you?
Yeah. I'm pretty fine. It's maybe a bit too warm these days. But yeah, we have to live with that.
Yes, exactly.
And I can show you some other things. Robert had a Gossen Tipper earlier this meeting.
Yes.
And this is also a Gossen Tipper, but in another case. I think it's a much more prettier case.
Oh yeah.
And that was Tipper and the key. And also from the inside, it's I think it's plastic with leather optics, but pretty nice. And also inside.
Wow.
Also this I think the color you are seeing is not that bright as it is in reality, but it's really, really punishing the eyes.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a nice one. But I only bought it because the Gossen tipper is pretty rare and pretty special and pretty valuable. But from the quality itself, it's not that special.
Yeah.
I only bought it because of this case.
That's a gorgeous case, definitely.
Yeah. And then I'm not sure if these machines are around in America. The Consul from Czechoslovakia.
I believe Ted has one of those. No? Oh.
I've got a 1511. That's a different one.
Oh, okay.
But I was really surprised how good this machine is.
They're pretty good machines, yeah.
You have here two latches or two levers to put up the.
Oh wow!
And it's inside. It's pretty clean, pretty well structured. So nothing hard to clean.
Wow.
And the most funny thing is to set the left and right margins. So you have to press the key and put the carriage where you want to set the mark, and then it's set.
Like the magic margins.
I never had a machine with this type to set the margins. And if you can see this here, I'm not sure what exactly these numbers mean. It does not really fit to the lines. It
tells you how many lines you have left. So if you line it up with the arrow when you start your page, it'll count down how many lines you have left to type on.
I was thinking in this direction, but I don't think it really matches the real lines.
Well, that's what it's supposed to be.
Yeah.
It is European though, so it might be backwards, Ted.
That could be. How many characters you've done instead of how many characters you have left?
Yeah. And it's all steel. It's a pretty solid machine. And yes, this is for tab setting and tab deleting. I'm not sure why they did this way, but it's okay. And I really like this machine. And also I got another Consul, which I'm thinking to repaint because the color is not that pleasant to me. But it's
that's awesome.
Ooh. But it really types like in heaven. It's really light, really has a nice, I really can't describe it. It has a nice touch to the typing itself.
Martin, surely you can't get used to that color. That's actually pretty cool. I've never seen a colored console with that color before. Like that's got to be less common.
This color is pretty often here if we watch this way. But I wanted to repaint it in dark red metallic, And then this and the spacebar to Chrome. Maybe this knobs, Chrome 2. And that would be more pleasant to me. Like
my soul is crying a little bit.
Yeah.
I love that color.
Yeah, that's
It's a
great.
great color.
Yeah. But you know, we all have different tastes, so that, you know,
Absolutely.
definitely.
Yeah, I need to replace the
Interesting.
ribbon.
That's a cool.
But it's pretty much air inside, so you can reach everything without problem.
Yeah. Definitely.
Yeah.
Very nice.
I like that consoles put that little like pad on the left side of the ribbon cover, so when you put the arm down, it doesn't bang up.
This one,
that's
yes.
such a little small detail.
Yeah.
Because you tighten it over to put it in its case, right, and lock it in there, and so it rubs against the side of the ribbon cover. But they got that little pad there, which is just a really smart little design feature.
Hold on. Wait.
Yes. If you put it down, yeah.
Yeah.
So it can't scratch.
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah. I would love to get my hands on the console. Definitely.
It was a really positive surprise. I wasn't expecting something this nice to type on.
Well, Gregory, if we can get you a gray one that types really well, trade it for Martin's greeny teal one, and then he can repaint the gray one.
There you go.
Yeah.
That'll work.
I'm also getting another one of this the next days.
Wow.
Someone. So if I completely fail to repaint it, I still have a nice one to type on.
Oh.
So, yeah.
I like the color on that one as well. The two-tone. I like that.
Yeah. It's pretty nice, and it's also available in light blue and cream.
Ooh.
That would look that looks much better, but this one was cheap, so I got it, and everything is fine. No rust.
Yeah, that's great.
Nearly no grease, so it's pretty much like new.
Yeah.
And yeah.
So over in Canada, those typewriters were brought in as Commodore speed writers, or maybe or Collegians.
Oh.
Nice typewriters, yeah.
Nice.
Very
good. And anything else new with you, Martin?
I might show you some more machines, but they are not that special. So basically, they are mostly from West Germany. So basically not the machines that I collect.
Okay.
But they were cheap or look great somehow, and yeah, I just got them to try them out and maybe get rid of them someday. But this will stay in my collection, I'm pretty sure.
Let's see. Daniel in the chat on YouTube is asking what the numbers on the platen are in millimeters. I'm not sure which typewriter.
No. Oh, maybe. Let me check. Switching again. So, taking a DIN A4 paper, which is 90.7 centimeters long. So you can try it out.
From this angle, the platen looks wide, but maybe it's not as wide as it appears.
It's pretty standard.
Yeah.
For European machines.
Yeah, exactly.
In America, you have another format, which is weird.
Yeah. Definitely weird.
So let's do this up to 30. Basically 30. So we are at 30 again. So 1 round, 2 rounds, almost 3 rounds.
Okay.
Pretty exactly 3 rounds of papers. So what it might really tell about the lines left, but
yeah,
would be nice to have a 0 or something.
I know, huh?
It's confusing. But I'm not sure if I have the manual for this one. I had this pocket inside the case, but I'm not looked inside. It's a cleaning.
Oh, okay.
No manual.
Yeah.
But I think the other console had a manual and it also has this feature.
Oh, okay. And Ted posted the URL to the manual for the console 1518 in the chat, and I'm gonna put it in the YouTube chat as well if he hasn't already. But let's see.
So
here we go.
Here we have. So autofocus. Does not work, of course. So
that says 30 also, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
At least this is German. Dip, dip, dip. So how do they call it this?
30 centimeters would be the length of a sheet of A4 paper.
Yeah, but it turns 3 times with a paper.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So it's somehow weird. And they don't mention it on this one. 22. 22 Zeileneinsteller ist das. Bogenendanzeiger. Okay, I think 23 Bogenendanzeiger, but it does not make sense.
I know that on the Smith Coronas, if you have a sheet of 8.5 by 11 paper, you set the page guide to 11 to set, then put the page in, then wind it through, then as you're typing, as you come to the end of the page, then it tells you how many inches you have left before you hit the bottom.
Okay, I think you froze a little bit.
It looks like number 22 in the picture that Ted posted is
here it's described.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, 22 shows it as the line spacer, I think.
It allows the control over the distance between the written lines from the most bottom of the paper sheet. Okay.
Oh, I'm trying to see where it's pointing. I'm not.
I
Look at page 11.
It
says the paper bottom edge marker.
Yeah, that's what I was reading
okay.
here.
Yeah.
Oh,
But isn't it moving in the right direction?
I see.
I would expect it the different
Yeah.
direction to count.
That would require a more complex gear though, right? To rotate that at a different speed.
Yeah.
It says the paper bottom edge marker is adjusted until the distance from the last type line to the bottom edge is 2 centimeters. Turn the plate until number 28 on the red-white ring A is under the bottom edge of the marker. Insert the regular sheet of paper behind the platen so that it reaches the hold down rollers. By turning the platen, the paper is shifted to the first line and typing can begin. Like the red strip on the ring under the marker indicates the distance of the line from the bottom edge of the paper. When number 28 appears under the marker, the line just typed is at a distance of approximately 1 inch from the bottom edge of the paper.
Ah, okay.
So there's some thinking to do there.
Yeah.
So it's weird.
Yeah.
It apparently works with any size paper as long as you set it up first, the way it says.
Yeah. Okay.
Because basically you're measuring from the bottom of the paper and setting that gauge first, and then inserting the paper, and then no matter where that bottom edge is, once you hit that 28, when you're towards the end of the paper, that'll tell you that you're at the point where you were rolling it in before.
Okay.
Basically.
So you could have like a 20-inch long sheet or
Yeah.
3-inch long sheet or whatever. And
Okay.
it's going to work the same.
Interesting. Thanks for that, Ted.
RTFM.
I tell myself that all the time and I never listen to myself.
That's why I still think that putting a red line and a black line on your backing sheet to tell you when you get to the end of it is easiest. Then when the red line shows through your typing paper, you got half an inch to go before you hit the black line, which is your 1 inch bottom margin.
Yep.
William, you don't think that having the last line kind of go crooked and run off the side of the page is not a good indicator?
Well, it definitely adds character to the letter.
Yeah, it shows that there was a character behind the typewriter typing the letter.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's worse when you have a typewriter that actually will grip the paper all the way up till the end. Then you're like halfway through a sentence and you're like,
I just wrote over half of my last sentence on my page because of exactly that with a new sentence. So I had to scrape it all out and rewrite half of what I was trying to say. Oh, timely.
I forget which movie it was. It was a Monty Python movie, and they were reading what had been written on the wall, and so we were going to the casual
Yeah.
That's the Holy Grail, I think. Yeah, the Holy Grail.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah. That gives a whole new definition to the phrase trailing off.
Yes.
And Martin, was there anything else new with you before we move on?
No, I think I'm pretty done, and I'm now trying out this Bogen-Endanzeiger thing.
Yeah.
And yeah, maybe I can show you it in another meeting.
Yeah, definitely.
If I get the clue on this one.
Yeah. You can clue us all in.
Yeah, I'll try.
Yeah. Excellent. Well, thank you for sharing those beautiful typewriters. Definitely.
Yeah, you all should get one if you find them.
That's the plan.
if you see one, get it.
Yeah, definitely.
No matter the cost.
Excellent. All right, let's see. Sam has gone dark, and Larry, we're in Larry's car, but apparently Larry is not in the car. So let's move on to Dan Rubin. How are you? Oh, it looks like he's a little choppy. Are you there, Dan? You're muted. And your video is a little choppy.
And while unmuting. There we go.
Okay. How are you?
That. I feel like I broke my internet, Ellen.
Oh.
Can you hear me now?
It's very choppy. Very choppy. Yeah. It looks.
Well, come.
It looks like Sam is wearing a party hat.
Oh, the COVID party hat.
Yeah, exactly. Welcome to the COVID party.
Oh man, no, I got nailed last week.
Oh.
And was dog sitting.
Yeah.
And I was able to quarantine with the dog for a full week at the house. It was supposed to only be overnight, so I stayed there the whole week. And I got back home yesterday. But my roommate is he's the owner of the house. He's going in for surgery in a couple more weeks, and he does not want to get COVID. So he gave me masks and stuff, and I'm staying up in my little attic tree house up here. Just finally getting the brain back online after being sick all week.
Yeah.
So yeah. And I was looking for typewriters.
Yeah.
Yeah, when I was driving home, it didn't stop me from stopping at a couple of garage sales and had an interesting conversation. Like I always come up, but hey, how you doing? So got any manual typewriters? And they're like, oh, nobody uses those anymore, not since the days. And I'm like, well, let me tell you something. It's a worldwide phenomenon.
Yeah.
And I talk about us and typewriters, and if they want one, where to find one in Portland and everything. And Tony's been churning out some pretty cool advertising stuff. I have no idea how he does it. But I'm still, trying to figure out how to put something together to hit all the event providers with my fabulous typewriting poem skills or whatever. But to be honest, I haven't even typed for a while. I brought my typewriter with, and I couldn't deal with it. But I did get a very nice letter yesterday from somebody off of Type Pals. That was nice to read. And she sent me these cute little pictures. They're Insta pics. I mean, they're not like the old Polaroids, but it's the same idea. I guess it's a disposable camera, and it gives you these little 2 by 2.5 or 1.5 by 3-inch pics.
Yeah, the Fuji Instax Mini.
Something like that. They're super cute.
Yeah.
And then it makes me want to ask my father if he still has his Polaroids, because that's a great idea. My dad is a photographer, and I grew up with the land camera and all that sort of thing. And of course, the girls and I in our younger days, we always had that, pop, the one that was just the little, Insta version of it. But my dad's got the whole pull them out with both hands kind of thing.
Nice.
And so, yeah. So that's it.
Okay.
I'll be right back.
Okay.
Is that you, Paul?
Let's see.
Okay. That's it.
Oh, she's back.
No, that's it. No, nothing new really.
Okay. Well, I hope you feel better.
Oh, I already am.
Oh, that's good.
The bummer was it's been a beautiful week here, and it would have been the first week that I had any time to go for a hike or anything. And instead, I just spent it in bed, binging 1980s sword and sorcery movies. Common, Sword and Sorcerer. I did a LOTR marathon the other day, and it's like comfort food.
Yeah.
The Fifth Element. I don't know, and a couple of other crime type movies.
Lady Hawk.
What's that?
Yeah.
Lady Hawk.
Lady Hawk, yes. Oh my God, I saw that in the theaters.
Me too.
But
Kroll.
Kroll, definitely. That was goofy. John Carter.
Oh.
I really like that movie, but then again, Waterworld's one of my favorite flicks too, along with Time Bandits and all those.
Oh, Time Bandits, yeah.
It's like my top favorite movie, I think.
Oh yeah, very good.
But in the next week, I actually get very busy again. Hennaed weddings, glitter tattoo parties. So it's important that I'm well, because from here on out, from now until about September, middle of September, once the rains start, my regular business is kaput. And I'd like to have the typewriting thing happening more by then.
Yeah.
But I'm staying pet sitting. It's like really blown up. I've got 3 repeat customers next week. So it's helping me buy more typewriters.
Yeah.
But I need to get back to typing. I still didn't catch up on anything. So, but I should be able to in the next few days.
Yeah.
And that's pretty much it. Thanks for checking in.
Yeah, definitely. Dan, did you get a better connection?
I think so. Can you hear me now?
We can hear you. Your picture is choppy, but we can hear you.
Yeah, I think my everything's melting due to the heat.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like the mid 30s Celsius here right now. So approaching 90.
Yeah.
Or it could be this iPad. So I was just about to switch to a phone, which I'm doing now. So I'm going to log out of this and log in.
Oh yeah, I see you logging in now.
Do something else and see if that's better.
Yeah, hopefully. Yeah.
So, technology. It just doesn't like being overheated. Neither do I. So.
Yeah. I think I.
All right, bear with me to make sure that the other one's logged out. Oh gosh,
it's not. I was trying to mute it, but it wouldn't let me mute it. I'm not sure why. It's unmutable.
Keep talking about my age.
Mid-30s, 35 Celsius, 95 Fahrenheit.
Keep talking about my age.
Oh, we're hearing a. Let's see. Let me go ahead and.
Standing by for technical difficulties.
Yeah, it will not let me mute him. That's funny. Wow.
Well, I'm glad I wasn't the only one a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah.
That should solve it. I just force restarted the iPad.
Okay,
Good
there
Lord.
we go.
Sorry about that.
No,
considering that I have spent such a long time in the tech industry. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Hopefully you can hear me.
Yes. Oh, well, maybe not.
And I haven't just like broken the entire Type Valves Live today.
Yeah, it's still choppy.
Choppy, but better.
Slightly better, but it's still pretty choppy.
I have no idea what's going on.
Yeah.
I'll blame the heat. Is it the video that's choppy? I could turn that off.
That might help actually.
Yeah, that's better. I mean, I have only worked in and around technology for over 20 years, so I should know how to make this work, but you know.
It's okay. It's okay. But how are you?
I am well. I've got about 10 days left here in Florida with family, and then I'm heading back to the UK. So I'll be bouncing around the world a bit for the rest of the year, which will be fun. With a typewriter in hand, regardless, as always. Sorry, I didn't get to actually. I was on mute and listening for the first kind of hour last week, hoping to join in, but I was kicking off a little tiny project with a couple of friends that was typewriter related. So I can talk about that as long as you can hear me all. Then it's
Yeah, it's great now.
oh cool, good. We'll try the video.
Yep,
right at the
your
very
audio
end.
is coming through nice and clear.
Yes.
Lovely. Thank you, William. So last weekend, I while I've been in the States, I've been here since the beginning of April, mostly to avoid getting stuck coming in because of the now dropped US requirement about incoming COVID testing, which I had too many commitments in the US to risk going back and forth between the US and the UK and not being able to come in on a tight schedule. Which meant extra family time, so there's nothing wrong with that. And I've been bouncing around a bunch as a result, but not doing my best not to acquire new machines, just because it's never enough. But I have enough for now, and I've got enough projects that still need to be finished. But I think I'd mentioned a month or two ago the Selectric, which I've finally got all the parts for, but now I need to, this correcting Selectric 2, I need to kind of now dive into putting back together. But that I'd kind of kept myself at bay and not gotten anything else. I have my Empire Aristocrat with me that I travel with, and a couple others that stay here in Florida that I've been able to travel with and use. So that was happy. It kept me happy. But I've really been wanting to start putting together like an idea for what could turn into a little documentary series, like video series, in addition to a book, a nice coffee table book on typewriters that I'm slowly planning and working out the logistics for. And I've got a couple of friends here in Florida who make films, and I was able to get some time from them last Sunday to be able to just film a little bit of, essentially just, I asked them if they'd be willing to film me for an afternoon while running around and picking up some typewriters if I was able to find any locally, and then looking at them, testing them, cleaning them, and just doing a type test. Not really as a how-to, but just kind of the idea being, if I could make a 60 to 90 second teaser with a voiceover, I can maybe use that to pitch the idea of a series of short films, maybe 20, 30 minutes, on the typewriter community, because all of you are amazing and wonderful, and there are these wonderful stories to be told, and that's the kind of thing that I do and want to do more of. So I was able to, well, I'll give you all more information about that as it comes together, but last Sunday I was able to get two friends time with cameras and found a couple of local machines that didn't disappear, because I don't know, well, we've already heard the stories even today about, you find a machine, you say you'll pick it up the next day, and then by the time you go to get it, it's gone.
Yeah.
And I've had that happen a number of times in Florida on OfferUp, where people just, they commit to sell it to you and then they sell it to someone else. So I hedged my bets and found two sellers, one that had an Olivetti Latera 32, which I already have a couple of. I was not going to keep it, but it's like, okay, this will look great on camera, and I can give it to one of the guys as a thank you. And it was pretty cheap. And then there was another seller who had two Olympia SMs, an SM4 and an SM7, that had just been listed for months and not selling. It kept dropping the price up, and I thought, oh great, no one wants these for some reason. They're definitely too expensive. Who knows what the condition is? But they finally dropped to a good price. And I thought, well, if I arrange to meet both of these sellers and one of them sells it out from under me, then I still have a backup plan for the day. So that was how Sunday started, and drove down to Miami from Fort Lauderdale, got to the first guy. He still had the two machines. And the SM4 was in pretty brilliant condition, which is amazing. Like, barely even needed a cleaning. Definitely wasn't used. Was just used for display, but was in pretty perfect condition. And so I tried to hide my excitement so he wouldn't suddenly raise the price on me. And the SM7 was the one I was really interested in because I don't have one yet, but it was also a senatorial cubic typeface.
Ooh, nice.
Yes, and I mean the SM4 was a elite as well, which is always nice. I like the smaller typeface when I can have it. Someone mentioned Pika earlier. It's like, I've got enough Pika machines. but the SM7 was great, but it has definitely seen battle. I think must have been dropped or sat on a little bit on the right end of the carriage at some point. Not horribly damaged, but just a couple of things bent and then need reforming. But types beautifully. Put a new ribbon in it. Types beautifully. I just need to bend a few pieces in place. So we got lovely footage of those two, and I was like, okay, this is great. Let me message the other woman, because if I can get this, then that's just extra B-roll, and I've got 3 machines, and then I can give one to each of these two guys that have helped me, because they're fascinated by the typewriters, but they don't have one, and it's nice to spread the love. So we drove about 30 minutes to the other one, and she had it. It was from an estate of a family member, and it really looked like it'd been sitting in a garage in Florida in humidity with no air conditioning for about 40 years. You could just tell, like, a couple of the pieces had little tiniest bits of growth of some sort on them, like you have when you're close to seawater and other things, but everything was moving fine. The machine was typing fine, and nothing was grinding or anything else. Just a few things, like on the paper bale, the Olivettis have the metal little guide spool things rather than the I don't even know, the rollers. That's it. Rather than the rubber or plastic. And so one of them was seized, but I thought, okay, that's fixable. Nothing's bent, nothing's broken or cracked. And then as I'm getting ready to pay her, she says, "Oh, did you see my other typewriter listing?" Said no, I wasn't looking, wasn't interested. Said, "Well, I've got another one. It's a different brand though, but let me go get it and see if you're interested in it, because no one's bought it." And she brings it out, and it's the vinyl case that the other Olivettis or the Olivetti rebrands came in, the little square, rectangular, whatever, black vinyl case.
Yep.
So I knew exactly. I knew that it was going to be a Latera 32 mechanism and something. It was one of the Underwood models, and it was actually in pristine condition. So I don't know where it was stored, but it just had nothing wrong with it and looked like it had never been used. So I ended up hedging my bets at the start of the day and coming away with 4 machines at the end of the day, at a steal too. So and as it turns out, the 2 Olivetti made machines are the ones that my 2 friends wanted. So I get to keep the SM4, which I'm not going to complain about.
Yeah.
And that was my Sunday, which was not something that I certainly planned. But if you're trying to put together a little short film, it's better to have more things to film than fewer. So I'm very happy about that, and they'll be thrilled. I've spent this weekend kind of washing the cases and the frames and just getting everything cleaned up. I'm just amazed that they type like there was almost no dirt in the segments, which is obviously not what you expect. So though they've seen better days, they're actually in remarkable condition. So that made me quite happy. And if I can get the video working here, what I really want to show though is the thing that I completely enjoy.
Uh-oh.
You're breaking up.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Yeah.
We have questions.
And no answers.
On
I don't think
hopefully
you know. Oh,
tell me
yeah.
if you can see it.
Oh, hey.
Oh no. So is this visible?
Yes.
Yep.
At least for now.
Hmm.
Oh.
So I've been on the lookout. I have an obsession as well. The product designer in me has an obsession with the thinnest and smallest and lightest machines. And so I wanted a Roy for a while. Kind of came really close to getting one at the end of last year with the older body style, which I prefer, but they don't come up ever. So I'm not going to be picky. And they certainly don't come up in QWERTY, which this one is. So yeah, just July 4th, I got a notification from a saved Google shopping search. So if you guys don't know about that, I'm sorry for telling you. All sorts of random stuff comes up, and this just popped up on July 4th from some animal rescue shelter charity in California, and they happen to also be having a July 4th sale. So I immediately purchased it. It's missing the handle. The handle's broken, which happens to these things a lot. So I might. I think I saw Joe Van Cleve on this call. I messaged him a thank you for his YouTube video on the Roy a couple of days ago. But I also know that he had manufactured himself a nice brass handle replacement. And if you're listening, Joe, I would love to buy an iteration of that from you, because I don't have the tools to do one myself. But the thing is lovely. It needs some work on the platen needs, well, probably needs to be a new platen, but I don't know if you can kind of see, it needs a little bit of alignment, but not bad. The typeface is quite nice. It's fairly standard, but like that J, for instance, is just got a nice little, I don't even know what to call it, and I should, since I've been a typographer at times, but I forget. Just a little curl at the end, the little bulb at the end of the J. Yes. Isn't really there, but there's a specific typographic term for that on an uppercase character. But so it's quite nice. The whole thing is clean. Again, it types brilliantly. It doesn't. Nothing's broken on it other than the handle. It just, the rubber just could be a bit more grippy.
Dan, that has the cutest, most awesomest little space bar I've ever seen on a typewriter.
I know. It's, and I the minute that I opened it for the first time and started typing with it, I was curious whether that would be difficult to hit, or if I would hit it by mistake or anything. And I don't. It just works. It's a really, really masterful bit of engineering, the whole thing. And actually here, if I was only typing a little bit of a to-do list, if I take that out, I can do a quick little demo for anyone who hasn't seen anything on the Roy. Definitely watch Joe's YouTube video on it, because it's the older body style too, which I do think is nicer. It's got these kind of gull wing ribbon covers. It uses a 7/16 inch ribbon, so I had to order ones from Ribbons Unlimited and then re-spool it. So that's a bit of a pain perhaps, but it's not like I'm going to run out of ribbon terribly quickly, and it has the spools, which is the important part. The carriage lock is really fantastic. It's got a bit of a lip here that folds. I might not be able to do it with one hand. Maybe I can. It kind of catches on the inside. I can't quite see, there's not enough light here, but it catches on the inside lip of the platen knob. And when it catches in there and you slide it back, it just locks. That enables the lock. So it's kind of a variation on the Hermes baby rocket locking mechanism, which is fun. And now I definitely need two hands. Well, maybe I don't need two hands for this. For anyone who hasn't seen it, again, you'll see it better on Joe's video. But the thing about the Roy is that it is connected to its lid. Yeah. And it just kind of has slides on rails there and then flips over. And it's very difficult to do with one hand. And just kind of, it's a self-contained thing. And this door, which is brilliant, sits under the board. And when you start typing, you press down on one key, this actually hinges down to give you enough distance for the travel. Again, marvelous engineering. And it opens with this just one little kind of clasp here that latches pretty easily. And it is so incredibly thin. Yeah. I know I'm in the worst to show this off, sorry. But the rubber on the feet is still intact enough and has a grip. So I'm not going to do anything about that for now. See, this is where the handle would be. But I mean, just for comparison, what do I have that's a good size comparison that everyone knows? I mean, well, I know you don't know how big my fingers are, but I mean, here's an iPhone for comparison.
Yeah, I believe Joe keeps his on his bookshelf.
Yeah. Oh yes, no, I saw that in one of his videos, and it is it's just brilliant. And having read up about them, and I mean, I've known about these things for over a year and have been searching for one since. And it is just, I'm so happy to have found one. And I might, if I'm lucky enough to find another QWERTY one day in the older body style, I'll just trade it and I'll put this onto a better home, because selfishly I like the older body style. But I'm not going to complain that I have one. And once I get a handle on it, I think this is going to end up traveling with me a bit instead of the.
Hey, so Dan, measure the opening of the where the handle fits in, that little rectangular recess. Measure it in millimeters, width and depth, and I will fashion you a handle.
Oh, cool.
It should be the same as mine, but I don't know. Maybe they changed something, so it's hard to say. So
that's true.
Just measure it in millimeters and send me an email.
Awesome. I will do that today. Thank you so much.
All right. Sure.
It's
very cool.
It's I did already try yesterday, because I think I included this on the I asked Joe when I commented on his YouTube video about the if he'd tried any noise proofing, because it is a rather loud machine, because it's basically typing over a tiny little empty metal compartment. So it's just an echo chamber.
Yeah, I've done a little bit, and actually the platen on mine is really hard. Really hard, actually. And what I was using as a backing sheet was either, well, a piece of construction paper works good, but actually a sheet of 4 mil polyethylene plastic, the kind of thick plastic film that construction workers use for, covering concrete or whatever, it comes in big rolls.
I watched your other video about that yesterday, actually.
Yeah. It just happened to be something I had, and it actually works pretty good. But mine is a really hard platen, and also with the Azerty keyboard, it takes a little bit of, it's basically a 2-finger typing machine. You want to give yourself time to make your correction, like you're heading toward the Y, but you realize the Y is over here instead, or whatever. So
yeah, you can't really do speed typing on a non-standard.
No.
Well, I did try. I took some 1/4-inch felt and just dropped it in the base on the inside yesterday, just to see if it would affect the sound of the echo at all. And I know from physics and physics of sound classes that I've taken as well, but I know that should help. It's a little bit of baffling.
Yeah.
I mean, my life doing music as well, so I mean, I know how to set out, make a recording studio as muted as it needs to be. So I know it technically affected it, but to my ear, I couldn't hear any. It was still just loud to me, which isn't really a huge problem, as Joe said.
I think you would need to take the chassis out of the case and put felt underneath the mechanism in there, but there's not much room. And also that panel that on top there, that's on the bottom of the typewriter that hinges up when you start typing, putting something felt like in the inside of that would help also, probably a little bit.
Yeah. I will say this, now that I've done it once, it is almost doable with one hand, but it's I'm going to get a lot of joy of opening and closing this for a very long. So
I discovered the lid is a good place to store typing paper. It's a great place for it.
Because you could probably fit 10 to 15 sheets in there at least without any.
It's like a little paper box for your spare papers and stuff. So
the only strange thing for me so far, I'm not going to complain since I have a QWERTY, but it is very strange. This is the only machine that I have with the backspace on the left. So I keep hitting the margin release.
Yes.
The carriage isn't going anywhere. But
here's a proven method to quiet your typewriter down.
Not type on it.
Oh.
What? What did you say?
That'll do it.
Hey, Dan, I have a quick question for you about your, what do you like about that Empire Aristocrat? What gave you the choice to use that as your travel typewriter?
Well, here, and I'll switch. I don't have that here with me, so I'll just switch back to my very sweaty face now, because it's very warm right now here. Not my favorite time of year in Florida. So the Aristocrat, I'd been researching the Hermes baby and rocket, and wanting one because I lucked out last year and found a new ambassador in the UK pretty cheap, and I just loved it immediately. I love everything about the way they designed it and the keys. So I started to obsess a little bit more over all the other Hermes versions. And in my research, I found someone's article that talked about the all of the licensed versions, and realized, oh, there was a British-made version, which is the Empire Aristocrat. And so I started to see if I could find one in the UK, since that's where I'm primarily based. And I found one for £10. I mean, it was just dirt cheap. No one wanted it. It was in great condition, and I got it, bought a ribbon for it to see if I liked it. And I love the key action. Like, I love how it feels. The key tops are brilliant. So far for me, the Hermes key tops are the most comfortable that I've typed on. It doesn't make a lot of noise, even though it's carriage shift. The carriage shift on that, like the Hermes Rocket Baby and on the Roy, is the same, where it just kind of tilts rather than lifting the carriage. So it's a very light carriage shift, which is great. I love that it has just this wonderful slim clip-on lid with the integrated handle, and it's just very elegantly designed. And even though it's not a bichrome machine just like the early Hermes Rockets and Babies, but that's not a big deal for me when I'm mostly using it to type to-do lists and the occasional letter and everything else when I'm on the road. And it's just it also fits in a backpack. It's pretty light. I think it's just around 4 kilograms. So it's light, it's small, it's easy to carry, it fits in a backpack, and it's adorable. And when the case is on it, it looks like it's a little smiling face. So
Because I have one.
you have one of the Aristocrat.
Yeah, I haven't. I don't know if I have done anything to it yet. It's sitting like 4 feet away from me, and I got it for that purpose. When I camp, I like to bring one with, and I like that it's not plastic or anything. I have in my Volvo, I have the 5th seat spot, which is what I call my hidey hole, because you can totally put everything on top and people won't realize, and it fits right in there.
Oh, beautiful.
And I haven't been camping since last year, but and again, this would have been my week, but yeah, camping in someone else's house while, running a fever and all that. But I was just curious because I also liked the action on it, and I haven't really had a chance to use it yet.
Yeah, it's. I think you'll probably love it then too. I know that the action isn't everyone's favorite, but I've traveled a bit with. Last year, I was traveling a bit with a not easy to travel with typewriter. I can't even speak now. The Era 37, which is just a black version of the 35. It's a bigger machine, but I really like that Olivetti because even though it's bigger, it's all metal on the case, and it has a full face. I can actually type with it on my lap, which I can't do with a lot of other machines. But it's just ungainly, and the big plastic case is not easy to carry. So that was an experiment, and I went, all right, that's all right, but I think I'm going to go back to the Aristocrat. And then one of the machines that I leave here in the States with my mom for when I'm visiting is an Olympia Traveler Deluxe, which is also a lovely machine. But
yeah,
the fact that it has a fully exterior case, my one here doesn't have the clip-on case. I have one in the UK that does, but this one has just a vinyl case, and it's a little bigger, a little bit more difficult to work with just because you've got to take it fully out of the case rather than just unclipping a lid. And it's also it's also louder. Even though I've replaced all the soundproofing in it, it's still louder. I don't mind the action of the Olympia. I learned to type on an Olympia Splendid when I was a kid, my dad's. So I still love the way the Olympia portables type, but it's louder. Even with all the soundproofing, it just makes more noise. There's something wonderful and simple and subdued about that Hermes Baby rocket design. They have a reputation for a reason. They really know what they're doing. So yeah, I'll continue to travel with it until. I'd be surprised if something takes over its slot, even though I'm going to travel with the Roy for a while. I don't imagine that I'll enjoy typing on the Roy more just because it's louder. So I'll enjoy taking it around with me, and it's going to be a test to see what it's like to actually go on trains and planes with it. But it does make a racket. So, and then the last, I'll leave you before I hand it over to someone else. I finally found a home for a machine that I got 2 years ago. One of the earliest machines that I picked up after getting into machines. And here, I've got it here because I'm doing a little bit of work on it to get the eye unstuck before I hand.
Smiley face.
Oh yeah, see, it's just a little face. Isn't that? It's just the key thing. And the only thing that I would, which is yours, the same, like the all green kind of military looking color scheme.
I believe so. I think it's a 50 or a 1926. No, it's gray with red.
It has the red end caps, like shift keys, right?
If you can.
Oh, with the old one.
Yeah, the rounded keys. Love that.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, gorgeous.
And then this is the one I've got. Ooh.
Let me add you.
So that doesn't have the red, but that's the.
With the more of the champagne colored, Sean.
Yeah.
Mine's got the lion on it.
Yeah, mine's the same era as yours, Sean, but it's not. It's the darker green. It's the same body color as the older one. But
right.
I found another one that's in, because mine's Pica.
Pika.
Yes, Jif. I mean, take your pick. But I have an Elite with that I found as well that just needs a little bit more work to get typing. It's got something I need to make some adjustments to the type alignment, I think, and I think the carriage return lever is slightly bent, but it's an Elite, and I think and it has the red keys, but still in the modern style.
The red keys really makes it pop, and that makes you feel good.
That's what it's all about, right? Not
absolutely.
Not what you write, it's what you write.
No, it's how you feel when you write it.
Yeah, I guess I've not really done anything with it. I think I put the ribbon in the wrong way, it looks to be. So I'm gonna have to double check it again.
Well, at least the instructions are readily found as PDFs online.
Cool.
Yes.
Yeah, no, it's a cute little one. Definitely cute.
How you feel when you write it.
I guess I've not really done anything with it. I think I put the
go. Oh, I know. There we go.
So who can anyone guess what's hiding in this little faux leather briefcase, which is a machine I'm going to pass on to someone else after I finish working on.
Yeah, that's
a Royalite or an Eldorado.
That's
also a Gaussian tipper.
The paperwork as well, which is really neat. But I got this thinking I would love the design. Sorry, let me pull it out here because it is a bit awkward getting in and out of this.
And unfortunately, your picture froze, so we just see the closed bag.
Oh, well, let's see. Let's see if I can reset that. And how about now?
No.
Are you in the desert? Oh, there we go.
Oh, there we go.
There you go.
So it's a Royal Ensign, which I guess I can't find any information about the differences and variations, but it doesn't seem to have any differences. But I got this because I loved from afar. I loved the industrial design of it, and I'd found one locally on Facebook Marketplace, and it was probably the third or fourth machine that I'd picked up, and I'd only had a full of Eddies until then. So I thought, okay, well let me get a Royal. I love the shape of it. It looks kind of beautiful, a little space agey, and I absolutely hate typing on it.
Oh.
And it was such a disappointment because just the action, the sound, even working on it, like I stripped it down and cleaned it, and which it needed. All the keys were stuck. The segment was filthy, but even taking it apart is compared to, at the time, I'd only taken apart a few different Olivetti models, Studio 44, which was my first, and then a Laterra 22 and 32. And then I got this. But Olivetti put a lot of thought into how their machines come apart. And it was very clear that the same amount of thought from a design perspective had not been put into this. I mean, it's in great condition.
It looks so nice, though.
It does. It looks really nice, but it is not. Oh, and there's a little. I've got to fix the. There we go. Ribbon was misthreaded there.
Yeah, my Royal Companion looks exactly like that. They're made in Holland, the Hallberg type typewriters, and I ended up with a really good one. I love how it types, but a lot of people do not like them.
Yeah, it is a polarizing machine from everything that I've read online since getting this. But it is beautiful. I mean, it's lovely. It's simple. It's this one's again single color, not bichrome. There's nothing complicated.
Hello.
Yeah.
But I just did not. It's the only machine actually that I've had in these last kind of 18 months. Which it feels like it's been long. I guess it's only been. Yeah, it's the only that I haven't gotten along with.
Sorry. Have you named it?
I've not named any of my machines. Should I start? Am I missing out?
I don't know. If I had one, I'd probably call it Wesley Crusher, just because I'm a Star Trek fan. Ensign Wesley Crusher is the first thing that comes to mind.
Well, I think of Ensign something. Ensign, I think of Ensign Parker from McHale's Navy, but I'm old. But anyway, Ensign
I remember McHale's Navy. My grandfather watched it.
Oh, that's beautiful. Thank you for the compliment.
It is a beautiful machine. The platin's pretty soft. The whole thing cleaned up well, and it'll go to a nice home. A friend of my mom was asking if I could help him find a typewriter. And I said, you know what? I already have one, and I don't want it. I'd rather someone use it. But it's also the carriage shift is also like I don't mind carriage shift, but like this one's it's very heavy and very loud.
Sounds like it, yeah.
And by comparison, the Roy mechanism, which is like the Aristocrat baby, just kind of tilts and it makes noise, but the pitch of the noise that it makes within the mechanism is so much lower that it just isn't, it could even be the same volume, but it doesn't seem like it is. And
does that tilt give you trouble if you try to type on your lap? I know my baby does.
Oh,
I haven't had that. It's a good question, but I've typed with my Aristocrat on my lap and not had an issue with it.
You should never type with your baby on your lap.
Okay, my rocket.
So there you go. I'll leave it at that. That's my. I feel like it was just a whole lot of stuff. Picking up 4 machines unexpectedly last week was great, and being able to start a project that I've been thinking about for a while, even though it's just the tiniest little teaser. At some point, I'll work with one of my friends who filmed to edit it down, and I'll record the voiceover and I'll publish it somewhere. But I'm also going to use it to kind of put in a pitch and just say, hey, here's this subculture of people who not just use typewriters but love saving them, and that's the thing for me that's most fascinating about all of us, is that it's not just about enjoying typing. It's not just about enjoying typing in an analog way. It's that we also adore and respect the machines themselves, and we believe that they ought to be protected and saved and passed on to others, in addition to keeping a few extras for ourselves.
Yeah.
Hey, Joe.
Your altruism is showing.
Joe, it just occurred to me, it's my baby and I'll rock it if I want to.
That's right.
I feel like there's another song coming on for you based on that.
Yeah, exactly.
Dan, there's actually a bit of a personal connection to the Empire Aristocrats for me. Because my maternal grandfather was the town clerk of West Bromwich at the time that British Typewriters was building the Empire Aristocrat back in the 1930s.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
So he must have had one.
Whether he had or not, I'm pretty sure I remember having seen an Imperial Good Companion on the hall table at one time in my grandfather's house down in Dorset there. But
Those I haven't had on those, but I know people. There are people who constantly message me asking if I ever see a specific model to let them know because they're looking for one because they're plentiful. The Good Companions are obviously plentiful in the UK, but not really elsewhere.
No. Well, there were so many of them made. Good Companions of almost any series you can quite often pick up flea markets, car boot sales for almost nothing. But over here, they're rare items. Unless someone either brought one over when they emigrated to Canada, or Woodward's.
Oh, you cut out, William.
Oh, good. It's not just me.
Yeah, there's always someone. It used to be me.
Well, I'll hand
Pound the symbol as well as the dollar symbol or not. Oh, am I frozen?
Oh, you're back now.
Okay, yeah. As I said, my internet connection is unstable.
Yeah.
As yes, I brought back a Good Companion with me in 2013 from England. I bought it on eBay UK, had it shipped to my brother's house, picked it up there and brought it back with me in my suitcase.
Wow. Excellent.
Well, I'm gonna have my my Empire Aristocrat in a backpack when I head back to London, and I'm gonna have the Roy probably in the very middle of my my suitcase with tons of clothes around it. If it doesn't match my duffel, but yeah, it's always fun going through security with the typewriter.
I can imagine.
With that little typewriter with a metal case, as you go into security, tell them I have a vintage typewriter in my backpack. I can pull it out if you want.
Yeah.
Pull it out, cut it off, send it through. Okay, I can see what it is.
Yeah.
Done. Whereas if you don't take it out, they'll say, "What's this?"
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, they love it. They're all fascinated by it. But I'm also kind of used to that from traveling with so many film cameras. I'm the guy in security that's always asking for a hand check because I've always traveled with so much film. So I'm always on speaking terms with the with the security agents.
Yeah. It's probably best.
Thanks for inspiring me to pull it out of its case. I forgot that it smells kind of musty, so it's out in front of the window now, and I will get her going.
Yeah, let it air out and use it.
Yeah, looking forward to hearing what you think about it in subsequent weeks.
Well, I fell in love with it because I like the way it typed. I like the janky chunk of that. I like to be able to feel it. Like I said on my Corona, when I put a new platen on it, I'm having a hard time getting used to it because it's just it feels weird. I don't know why. It's like it's fighting against me a bit.
Yeah.
But thanks for the inspiration.
My pleasure.
Excellent. Roger, how are you doing?
I'm doing okay.
That's good.
No new typewriters. I did type some letters on my SM3 Olympia.
Oh, okay.
And apparently I missed the typewriter at a flea market today.
Oh no.
Yeah, it's a former co-worker of mine saw it after I left.
Oh.
So we were there together, and well, it's not big of a deal, and I'm happy he got it. So, but
yeah,
I have to open my eyes on flea markets more.
Yeah.
How can you miss a typewriter?
I know. Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah, we have a flea market here. Well, here we call them swap meets, but
yeah,
we have one here, but I haven't been since I've been collecting typewriters, so I should probably go sometime just to, see if anything's there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, but everything's going well?
Yeah, it's going okay. just hot
Yeah.
in Europe. So, but it's still okay. It's still doable.
Yeah.
We're
yeah.
not melting yet.
Yeah, exactly.
The typewriters aren't melting, so everything's good.
Yeah.
I did have one question.
Yes.
Does anyone know anything about the SM typewriters? What kind of spools they have?
Like
For
what
the-
size?
For the no, what type?
What type?
The regular DIN ones, or are they special to the Olympia
No,
brands?
they should be standard in Europe. I think the spools were different. Correct me if anyone who knows this better than me, but I think they're different in the US and Europe.
They were They were generally DIN with a larger hole earlier on, and then they switched to sort of more of the standardized American spool later, the smaller central hole. But the earlier ones, SM3s and 4s, generally have the DIN 2103s with the larger center hole.
Excellent.
Interesting. So we'll see. I have to probably replace the ribbon because it's also a replacement ribbon because it doesn't have a grommet and it doesn't switch automatically. So now the ribbon's torn and it's old, so I have to replace it
Yeah.
sometime.
Yeah.
Yeah. And one thing is weird. I got two SM machines from 1955. The SM3 is the oldest by about 25 numbers.
Wow.
25,000, sorry.
Okay.
Like, wow, that's close.
My
Yeah.
mistake. But it looks a lot more modern than the SM2 I got.
Okay.
It got some plastic, how you call it, to put your pencil in. And
guys.
yeah. And the SM2 doesn't have it. But also by SM3 is a deluxe edition. Maybe that's the reason. It's got more modern parts from the later machines already.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
we'll have to do some research.
Yeah. Excellent.
So
all right.
That's about it. I got a whole stack of new envelopes to start typing again. So
very good. I like to hear that.
Yeah. I got all my typewriter typels out except for the last postcard exchange.
Yeah, because that one I sent out super late. So
yeah, no problem with that, but that's the only thing I got to do for typels.
Excellent. Very cool.
Yeah.
Excellent. Well, thank you so much for being here, Roger.
Yeah, I was kind of late today because I completely forgot.
Oh, yeah, I know. Usually you're one of the first ones in.
Yeah. I finish eating, then I go upstairs, put my computer on, go into typels, wait for you guys to come on.
Oh.
And now I was just doing some other stuff with like looking for YouTube videos.
Yeah.
And I just completely forgot for about 2 hours, 2.5 hours. So yeah.
That's
still
okay.
got on, and it was interesting enough to get in late.
Yeah. Excellent. All right.
That's about it.
Okay. Hey, Roger. I just read this long professional article. I mean, it was meant for laymen, but what it was saying basically is what you just experienced forgetting like that is not dementia. So just want you to know that.
No, I'm actually not that old yet.
No, it's not. I mean, yeah, there's a certain amount when you get older, but they said people never did remember everything exactly, and they don't. And that dementia, they were saying, is more like you can't remember where you live anymore, and it's a serious. It turns into something serious.
It's not like you lose your driver's license. You find out after about let's say 8 months, because you have to rent a truck, and then you wait a couple of months searching for it. You go to the cops to report loss of a driver's license. They give you a paper. You go to town hall, you register, you get a new driver license, and the day before you're going to get your new driver's license, you find your old one in a jacket you haven't worn for a year.
Oh.
Of course, last place you looked.
Yeah.
Okay. So it's not forgetting.
Yeah. And Larry, how are you?
Good. Yeah, that forgetting thing, I do that every day, and so that's why I'm reading up about it, and then my mom actually got dementia, and died and all that. She had it for a few years. She didn't even know us really when she died. She'd recognize you, but I'm like, okay, well, is this stuff like leading up to that? Well, this is no indication that it's leading to that, is the point of the thing. That just because you forget things, that's just a normal part of life, is what they're saying. That's a disease. It's like I was worried one time, I went to the doctor about something. This was a long time ago, and I was concerned about it, and the first thing everybody thinks is cancer, and I'm like, well, what do you think of this? The doctor said to me, he goes, well, with cancer, you get really sick. It's really serious, and this is not cancer. I'm like, okay. So, knock on wood, you never know, but I'm just saying that was no big deal. So, and a lot of times we worry, and which doesn't help any.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, my sister's a hypochondriac, so.
I was just talking to my brother last night. He's not a hypochondriac. He told me about a guy that is a hypochondriac, but I was talking to him about how to me, when getting older and you have so many things over the years, like just something funny, like, wow, what is this? This hurts, and why does this hurt all of a sudden? And what I found out, and you end up going to the doctor sometimes or whatever, but you end up finding out usually it'll go away usually. It might hurt a week or 2 weeks. You're like, I don't know what I did, but okay, I'm glad it's gone. I don't remember this kind of stuff when I was 20, but it gets different, but a lot of stuff, you just wait. And you don't want to wait if it's something that might be serious, but I'm just saying a lot of times you just wait and it'll go away.
Yeah.
It changes just like everything else.
Yep.
Oh, I thought of a typing prompt. So let me type it up real quick. Okay, here it is. All right. All right, here we go. The bird, the bird is the word. I said the bird, the bird is the word. Everybody talking about the bird is the word. Everybody's talking about the bird is the word. I said the bird, the bird is. That's the best I can do with your time.
There you go. That
works. Larry, we're going to be off of YouTube now because of copyright infringement.
Oh, was that a song? I thought I just made it up just now. Probably, George Harrison had the same problem. He was even sued, and he proved that, hey, just because I had something in my head, that doesn't mean that, I might have heard it in the store when I was walking, and that never consciously occurred to me that I was copying it. Yeah. So, yes, I apologize if there was anything, but it wasn't my fault.
You're good.
We're still live, so
we're live.
So far, so good. There was that I always remember the incident where Indro showed the TV screen, and I think he had the football game or the soccer game on, and yeah, YouTube after the live stream said, you need to do something about this. So I had to go back and blur it.
I think I've mentioned this before, but I think it's so funny, it's worth mentioning again. But I put songs on YouTube, and regularly it'll say copyright something on it. And what that just means is I can't monetize that video. But sometimes I'll do this song and they won't put it on it. I'll be like, oh my God, I was that bad that nobody even recognized it. So it actually makes me feel better when they put copyright on
it. Yeah, sometimes when they do the copyright, sometimes they'll say, okay, we're just gonna put ads on it. and we'll send the money to the person that owns the copyright. And then sometimes they just say, we're going to block this content, and if you don't fix it, we're going to give you a copyright strike. So yeah, that's like the worst case scenario. So yeah.
Talking about hypochondriacs. Did you hear about the chronic hypochondriac who, when he died, his family put on his grave marker, "I told you I was sick."
Oh, that's good. Oh, very good.
Sounds like an old Groucho Marx
Yeah,
joke.
yeah.
Like a
Exactly.
something like that.
Yeah.
And I heard an amusing one on the radio a while ago. Last summer, my dad sent me to mime camp. I still can't talk about it.
That's good.
So, can you repeat that? You broke up.
Yeah, you're breaking up, Sam.
Something about summer camp.
Okay.
Everybody froze.
Are you back, Sam?
How do you go to everyone?
Yeah, I think she'll be able to hear you now. It seems like it cleared up.
Yeah.
Yeah. Last summer, my dad sent me to mime camp. I still can't talk about it.
Mom camp?
Mime.
Ah.
I feel sorry for any comedian who tried to make it on Zoom during COVID. You would just ruin it.
I know. Oh man, yeah, that would be rough.
The biggest problem with Zoom comedy is you can't have that big hook.
Yeah.
So people can just keep going.
Yeah.
Another old joke I heard that I hadn't heard in a long time. What travels around the world and yet stays in the corner?
I don't know.
Postage stamp.
Oh, cute. Clean.
It's in the corner. That's a good one for Type Pals. Thank you.
Yes. Exactly what I thought.
Excellent. Well, Larry, was there anything else new with you?
No, but speaking of stuff in the corner, I did, I have these, I get my pile gets bigger and it's terrible. I think it's great that people are typing stuff to each other, and I feel like, man, I need to do this, and I don't know. It's like I said before, it's not that I don't type all the time. It's just I got to take the time to, I don't see, I'm always amazed when I'm on Type Pals because, not everybody's like this, but I see a lot of people on Type Pals that are just so intelligent. I mean, it just blows my mind as far as like, they can keep all these thoughts together and just keep going. And it's very interesting. And I'm like, wow, I'm like a spur of the moment. Like if I think of something, so you ask me something and my brain's blank, and then, but somebody else will say something and it'll be like, oh, that's funny. And I can just make a little quip out of it. But as far as being, fluid and being, I graduated high school, but it was one of those big city high schools, So we had over 800 people in my graduating class.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So anyway, I made it, but so did a lot of people.
Don't worry about it. I'm still going to high school every day.
Oh,
for the last 8 years.
Yeah, you know what though, Roger? I couldn't even learn another language, so kudos to you if you know what that means. I mean, that's a good thing.
Cuties, is that bugs that kids have?
No, it means like congratulations or
accolades.
Accolades, yeah, that's a better word. Yes.
Yeah.
What does that mean? Accolades?
It means you're doing a good job.
I thought it was I thought it was the two things you put next to words to say something you're not really saying.
Oh, quotes.
Oh,
Yeah, that's
not quotes. Those are the two things. This is one half of a circle and another half of a circle.
Oh, the parentheses.
Parentheses.
Yes.
I thought an apprentice was someone who took a job to learn a job.
well, Roger, parentheses to you for learning another language. That's all.
Thank you.
It's like stream of consciousness. I love it.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
What's an ampersand then?
Oh my goodness.
Little
My cheeks
creature
are
in the
starting to hurt.
I've heard it said that you know when you are fluent with a language when you can make word plays and make sense out of them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's see here.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
Or if you're dreaming in the language, they say if you're dreaming in the other language or one of the other ones that you've become fluent.
Yeah, that's when you don't have to translate everything you say in your head before you say it too.
That's so amazing the way that works. I'm fluent in Spanish, but I also have a degree. And when I'm in Mexico and I just, at some point where you're no longer picking apart each word, where you're just like we are just having conversation and you're not even thinking about it. And it just gives me chills.
Yeah.
The son of a friend of ours married a girl from Mexico, and when she was pregnant with her first, he was saying, "Now, do we talk to the child in Spanish or in English?" And what my mum said is that a friend of hers had a French mum and an English dad. And what they did is the mum only ever spoke to the children in French, and the dad only ever spoke to the children in English. And so it became this is what I told my friend's son is, if your mum only ever speaks to the children in Spanish, you only ever speak to them in English, they will grow up knowing both languages, and they'll say, in mum's words it's this, in dad's words it's this. And so they can then become interpreters, not translators.
Yeah.
Because an interpreter can listen to one person speaking to them in English and talk in.
Yeah, you cut out again, but I think we get the point.
I have a question for everybody. Because I've heard this is true, but you hear everything on the internet. Is it really possible to like wake up one day and speak another language, or get hit on the head and all of a sudden you're speaking that? That sounds so ridiculous, but people swear it's true. So what do I hear from people?
I would seriously doubt that.
Yeah, me too.
Okay.
I've heard it happen. They say it happens.
I know.
If you got hit in the head and you woke up and you could speak another language, that language would be gibberish.
That's what I would think. You know.
Okay, look this up.
I was going to try hitting myself on the head
and start speaking a second language.
True or not, so I don't want to experiment like that and find out if it's just hitting myself in the head for nothing. So no, I really didn't know, because I never looked it up and tried to research it, but I've had you see even news articles that say, of course, that doesn't mean anything because anybody can write stuff. I write stuff nowadays. So yeah.
People say all kinds of things.
Yeah.
I'm looking it up. Oh, it could be that you have a different accent. It's called foreign accent syndrome.
We.
That's when you speak English in really bad slang, like Cockney instead of the Midlands.
Cockney.
Yeah.
Well, I could come in handy too.
It's kind of funny.
Only if you're an Eastender, I guess.
Yeah, it's kind of funny. We were going through the drive-through, and there was this very young guy. working the taking the orders. That's what I'm trying to say. And he very briefly started out just with a normal American accent, and then very quickly switched to British, and it was a very bad British accent, but we kind of deduced that he was just trying to keep himself amused. And he was a nice kid, so yeah, it was kind of strange though. Yeah, suddenly a British accent coming out of this young man. Yeah.
No, I'm just scanning. It says that people truly aren't speaking in a new accent. They're just losing control over the way they'd usually pronounce vowels and consonants, and that makes them sound like they're speaking with a certain accent.
Interesting.
I'm just scanning through here really quickly.
That's believable.
Yeah, that I could definitely believe. But speaking a whole different language, I don't know. Maybe Pig Latin, maybe.
Yeah. I mean, yes, yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
Language usually lasts a few days. It's called bilingual aphasia, where people wake up from a coma and speak a foreign language, but it usually only lasts a few days.
Aphasia, is that what you said?
Aphasia, yeah.
Yeah, that's what Bruce Willis, the actor, has had to retire because he's suffering.
Oh yeah.
Aphasia.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I didn't realize it apparently affects. Yeah, it affects speech, I think, and control of speech, which obviously is a fairly major impediment for an actor.
Oh,
you know?
Yeah.
Interesting, because I hadn't ever heard of that condition before I read about Willis having to retire. That's only the second time I've ever heard that word being mentioned, aphasia.
Yeah.
Fascinating.
Hopefully maybe it's aphasia he's going through and it'll come back.
Where's the rotten fruit?
I'm sure there's some here somewhere.
I have a question for you, Anthony. Do they have Pig Latin in Ireland?
They have what?
Pig Latin. Are you familiar with Pig Latin?
Pig Latin.
Yeah.
Are you
talking about the X-nay?
As in pig, the animal, and Latin, the language?
Yes.
Not familiar with it.
Oh wow. Okay.
We developed that when we passed it back and forth between submarines in World War what? Or no, it was before that. It was the Revolutionary War, I think. In submarines, they were passing Pig Latin back and forth, so the British didn't know what we were saying. That was it. Yeah.
Oh.
That's the ticket.
Yeah.
Attenly. I see. Okay. Yeah.
So is it just like an American thing, or
apparently it's an English language thing according to the dictionary.
Okay.
Secret language formed from English by transferring the initial consonant or consonant cluster of each word to the end of the word and adding a vocalic syllable.
Yeah.
It's what you do in kindergarten when you want to pretend you're big. You're like, I can speak another language. That's what we did.
Sounds a bit like Spoonerisms, but more complex version.
There you go.
I like spitty Woonerisms.
Yes.
I never heard it said like that.
I don't know if I made this up, but I like to shite some lead on the subject.
The Three Stooges use Pig Latin in their movies.
The Stockton Bed was a plus basis Slopio Dripper.
Oh.
That was great. I remember that one. Oh my God. Archie Campbell.
$880 to install solar panels.
Well, I would like to ask how Ken is doing. How are you doing, Ken?
Oh, doing okay. The only thing about Spoonerisms is you actually have to have some intellect to do that, to put it together. With Pig Latin, it's not quite so sophisticated, I don't think. But,
yeah.
Very popular one during the pandemic has been, do you have any sand sanitizer?
There you go. Yeah. And that actually works. It makes, real words versus, but
we were talking in church today about things to do during the week to get people together again and get people coming back. And, you know, some people have bridge clubs and stuff. And I'm like, well, you know, and I don't know anybody who plays bridge. And they were, you know, we could play some kind of do something. And some guy said bingo. And I'm like, yeah, bingo. I can do bingo. Do bingo. I don't know. Does everybody hear that? I mean, I think everybody, that's a nice one of those games. You don't have to have any intellect and you can do it and have fun.
Yeah.
I want to do it. I really do.
Great one for teaching English to foreign speakers where they hear it, they see it, they have to do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, because they have to understand. I mean, you got a lot of foreign language speakers who, you know, maybe have never even seen English writing or our alphabet rather. And, you know, they have to understand B from D and I from E if you're a Spanish speaker, because the phonetics are turned. N's may sound like M. So that's a really good way to, if you have a group of English learners, and the numbers too. And so that would be a fun game to play with them to make sure that they're understanding, they're hearing it, they're speaking it, they're, you know, acknowledging it. And it hits all your different, I have a certificate to teach real world English as well. And that's the kind of stuff we did.
You could hold up a big letter or flash it on a screen so everybody can see it. That's a great idea.
No, you'd say it. In this case, you would say it.
Absolutely.
And they have to be able to understand that you're saying, like we say in Spanish, B de burro, or V de vaca, which is a cow, because the B's and D's in Spanish kind of slip over each other. And they have to be able to hear which it is, and then they have to make sure they get the right letter.
Yeah.
But there's no D's in bingo, so
so
that would make it easier.
Yeah.
I sing B as in Benke. No, let's say B as in Benti or B as in Baka.
B is in Bentley or V is in
Vaca.
Vaca? Vacation,
Yes.
like B. B is in burro.
V for Vendetta.
Victor as in Venti as in 20. Or B as in Baka as in cow.
Yes.
Now, you know what? I love this knowledge, but I'm not going to introduce this to my bingo game because it's getting way complicated.
To your what game?
To my bingo game, because you know, I'm not going to be able to teach it. I mean, it's amazing what you're telling me, though. I'm like, wow, I never thought of any of that.
What are the prizes?
No, I don't know. I mean, I thought somebody could bake a cake and say, here's a, you know.
There you go. I'll take a cake.
Yeah.
But yeah,
pastry.
Getting back to Ken though, is there anything new with you?
Oh no, and just I was thinking in Illinois. I grew up in a small town, 2,300 people in Illinois, and for Anthony and those guys, it's just a little place outside of Chicago. But we learned the Spanish house in college. I was in a Spanish house. You could only speak Spanish inside the house. And if you went outside, if you didn't know the word, you either tried to talk around it in Spanish or you go outside on the porch in the middle of December. So, you know, it's kind of a motivation to, but you learn it in central Illinois, and then you get, now living in San Antonio, Texas, you know, Spanglish and the proper Spanish is totally different.
Yeah.
So it's, I mean, it's, they were talking earlier about migas and things like, you know, they didn't teach us any of that. It was all interior, but
yeah,
it's interesting, the different, I mean, even what you learn when you're young, because we didn't have a garage on our house. You know, my dad was a high school teacher, so, you know, we'd never really used the word garage. I lived in England for a few years and it was garage.
Oh.
So I said that word more in England than I had all my life when I was, so when I came back, people look at, you know, if you don't think about it.
Yeah.
It's like, no, it's garage, not garage.
Herb versus herb.
You use boot of your car? Do you talk about the boot of your car? Anybody?
Yeah, I had a Triumph Spitfire for a while, so.
The boot, not the trunk. Yeah.
Boot in the bonnet. Yeah.
Yeah, but well, when I'm in the South here, they use that a lot. And I grew up in Ohio, and I lived in California, Southern California, and I lived in Hawaii, and I never heard that except here, boot. And that I imagine boot came from Europe and ended up staying here because we are in the South, close to where they came originally to this country from Europe.
Yeah. Well, I did run across, we have like a little Mexican restaurant we go to in Sunday mornings. And one of them brought their granddaughter, and the guys ended up all on one side of the table. There's about 10 of us. And I was stuck, just happened to be across from this granddaughter, somebody's granddaughter. So we were talking about what her favorite subject was. Said it was math. And I thought, that's amazing in this day and age. So it's like, you need to watch John Nash and Beautiful Mind. And so we started talking about keyboarding, and she says, well, I know the center row. It's like, you mean home row? She goes, oh, So anyway, I just happened to have a Hermes rocket in the back seat of my car. So after that, we
imagine that.
What's that?
Said imagine that.
Well, yeah.
Happen to have one.
If it's not
What a
a
coincidence.
rocket, it's a Latera 32, and everybody likes to bash both of those. So,
I just love that you have a car with a a typewriter in the boot.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
Don't we all have typewriters in our cars now?
You never know where are you going to need a typewriter. You
Never know. Nope.
That's right.
Nope.
And one that doesn't melt, not like a Valentine or something. Anyway, her eyes lit up. She liked the little green keys and all that. So we'll see what happens. But get them when they're young, so they tell their friends, and it kind of,
Yeah.
maybe
And
keep them around. But
even if somebody used a screwdriver and opened your trunk, they might be like, what the heck? I don't want
But
one of that.
that's what happened last December 12th. My truck got broken into. They stole my computer bag, and they left my rocket. They actually took the coat off of my camera bag, off of my laptop bag, and put a coat over it. They took the coat because it was on the front seat. They took the coat out and put it over the rocket, and took my camera bag and left the typewriter. It's like, they probably, who knows? They didn't know it was, they didn't recognize it. So
Yeah. Didn't know what it was. Yeah.
Yeah.
Nope. What's this piece of
this is some sort of antique weirdo,
Right. Could be a IUD or something, who knows what. Look military enough.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, that's out. Just listening to y'all and
Okay. Excellent.
Oh,
Well, it's good to see you.
oh, thanks.
Yeah.
I always wondered for Anthony. I always wondered if a ham radio operator, if when he's young and is having babies, if they crank Morse code into the, like on the stomach, if that would make them more easily understand Morse code, when they're in utero. I thought
Interesting.
you'd have to have a wife that's not just XYL, but somebody that's actually a ham radio operator to go along with that.
An interesting thought. I think it certainly helps. I play music, and it certainly helps if you're musical. If you're any type of a musician, Morse code is much easier to learn. Whereas if you've never played music in particular, whatever, but listening to music, if you've never played music, because Morse code is basically crotchets and quavers, or minims and crotchets if you prefer. And I've noticed that musicians who learn Morse code pick it up much quicker and seem to be more proficient at it than non-musicians. So you might have a point. I mean, playing Morse code to an unborn baby. It's like, yeah. But,
well, you're in trouble when you start typing in Morse code. Too much.
But they do say something you were saying about, the Spanish house. They do say that the best way to pick up a language is to go somewhere where it's spoken exclusively, where you can't speak your own language, and and apparently you pick it up really quickly. So in Ireland, we have areas where there are native Irish speakers because we have our own language, Gaeilge Irish. Before English took over as our language in the 20th century, there are still places in Ireland that are exclusively Irish speaking, and students go to these places in the summer. They're called Gaeltacht. They go there during the summer, and the rule is you can't speak English. You can only speak Os Gaeilge in Irish. And just like that, if you don't know a word, you can't say, what's the word for? You have to find another way of drawing it out of the people you're talking to,
Wow.
So,
is that the same as Gaelic?
Yeah, you would know it as Gaelic, but we call it Gaeilge, Gaeilge. Gaeilge is the actual Irish for Irish.
The younger generation is starting to get into that, aren't they? Aren't they starting to pick it up?
It seems to be undergoing a resurgence of interest, yeah. And in fact, something I've noticed, Duolingo and the likes of those websites, there are a lot of sort of people of Irish American descent learning Irish as well, which is great. I don't speak it fluently, unfortunately. I have probably enough Irish to get me by if I was stuck, but regrettably I don't speak it fluently. But it was just when you were talking about the Spanish house, I said that just sounds exactly like the Gaeltacht, because my sister, for instance, and friends of mine went to the Gaeltacht when they were younger and spoke about those first few days when they're in conversation. They might be in the supermarket and they're looking for a particular item and they can't speak English, only Irish, and they don't know the word for it, So then they have to start drawing start doing this, the mime act, 2 syllables, first word, 2 syllables, all that stuff. Yeah.
But that's a great way to learn. That's where your learning really starts, when you have to figure out when you start, and it's a great way to do it.
Yeah.
Well, they reckon that the reason Irish declined in terms of an academic pursuit in the 20th century was because of the way it was taught in schools. It was taught regimentally and conjugating verbs and all that stuff instead of just having conversations, And yeah, I would say the best way to pick up a language is to converse in it rather than to study its intimate forms,
We do what's called real world English. We don't bother with conjugations and stuff. We every 10 weeks they change over the subjects. The people get to choose a subject, and it could be things like, how to speak to your boss, how to understand English measures, cooking. There's just so many different ways we do it, and it's great fun. But there's none of this, I want the gray gloves, please, or anything like that. It's all designed for, if you're on the phone, your kid burns his finger, who do you call? When you get on the phone, what do you say? Because they'll be like, I necesito ayuda or something like that. And then someone's going to come back at you and you're going to not have any idea what they're saying. So it's designed, and there's no tests or anything. We do it through the library system pretty much. And it's been really successful.
No tests. That sounds like great fun.
Yeah.
Make it fun to learn. Don't make it rigorous. Don't make it testing. Don't make it like something that is stressful, that has to be approached,
Yeah, you get to have the cool books like
Corazón de España.
Yeah, my first the little old my first Spanish book was Don Quixote. So it's fun times. Of course,
Spanish. Wow, that's
a tome. It's what?
It's quite a tome. It's a big one, isn't it?
It's not too bad, but this might have been but it is funny though. The first part is good, but the second part, it's like people say, "Oh, you're in this book," and they want him to repeat like Sancho Panza parts and stuff. It's like, it's kind of goes like I don't know. You'd have to read it if you haven't. But I like the first, but the second half was a little different because it's like he's in a story, but the people are saying he's in the story because they read the first part. If I understand
the author? Who was the author?
Let's see. Uh,
Of Don Quixote.
Don Quixote, yeah.
Oh.
Miguel Cervantes.
Oh, okay. I
Yeah.
didn't catch that.
Well,
Yeah, I tried to tackle that. Occasionally I tackle it, but
That's like me and Ulysses. I'm still reading Ulysses after 4 years.
Oh, Ulysses,
Oh,
yeah.
boy.
great
Yeah.
stories.
I think you don't want to be at a table though, the family table serving for dinner, because if you can't say the word, they won't pass you the food. So you gotta, your hunger drives your,
Not just make
your
the
Spanish.
motions, no.
Yeah, they don't do chamomile.
Point. We had a day kind of like what you guys are talking about, where you had to just speak the language, and we went to the St. Louis Zoo, and it was a German class that I took in the summer, and there was only like 5 or 6 of us in the class, and we had to speak German the whole time we were at the zoo. It was absolutely hilarious.
This is very funny, Diane. You might enjoy this. I'm not sure if you've ever heard of the English comedian Rowan Atkinson. He plays Mr. Bean.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, he did a skit in which he came on as a baritone or a tenor, I think a baritone, singing. Is it Ode to Joy? Da 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 da.
Yeah.
And he had the sheet, and halfway through he realizes he only has half the words and the rest is missing, and he makes it up, and it's all just random German brand names and words that he adds. Brilliantly hilarious, And it's just like, that's just like if you were walking into a shop or a store in Spain or something, like I would, Like the first time I was in a store in Spain going, how do I ask for a bag? And apparently it's una bolsa, It's like, I didn't even know. It's like, how do I even describe what I'm looking for, Just make it up as you go along.
Yeah.
You know what I found out I love about Zoom and social media in general is there's so many different kinds of people out there. And even though you know this, it makes you realize if you were raised in their shoes and where they live, you'd think exactly like them, you'd speak exactly like them. I mean, we like to think of ourselves as individuals, and it really, it might make a huge difference in the world how people think of each other. It might save the world by people being exposed to each other like this. It's, you got to start realizing these are just humans out there, just like you are. And I mean, we all know it. And we've still fought wars, I know, and there's greed and all that stuff, but the way we think is not that different. We're just raised in different situations.
Yeah.
Very true.
Yeah. Definitely.
I reckon traveling is the best way to break down cultural barriers. And anybody who's traveled widely around the world is much less likely to see things in terms of conflict and much more likely to see common humanity, That famous chef Anthony Bourdain, I think he said, I know he's dead now, but he said in an interview that the friendliest people he'd ever encountered on his travels were actually, I think it was the Iranians, which is really a really astonishing thing for an American to say, And he just thought that they were wonderfully hospitable and open and friendly people,
Yeah.
My aunt is a Persian Iranian.
When I moved to California in '76, I remember these 2 girls, and they were really quiet, and they were my age, and I spoke to them. They were very nice, and they were Iranians, and they escaped Iran because of the Shah was giving them problems over there. And yeah, I mean, not that this is indicative of the way all Iran, whatever, but you do realize that people, it's not what. Just because some evil whatever controls a lot of people doesn't make them right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep.
I'm watching Sean type, and I'm wondering if he gets a crick in his neck typing like that.
What was the last part?
I was wondering if Sean gets a crick in his neck.
Oh yeah.
I'm hunched over way too much. I should take it off the base, but I'm not. And as I'm doing it, I'm typing, and I took my glasses off so I can see the page better.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking, this is really bad. You're going to be so sore later, but I just can't stop because I'm going, right. And of course, you've mentioned it. Now I'm like, okay, yeah, I definitely need to try to adjust.
My neck was hurting just watching you.
Oh.
Yeah, something I noticed. I did some health and safety. I had a health and safety role in my workplace. Now, not now because I'm working from home, but something I noticed. I have two monitors here, so the main monitor's here, and there's a side monitor. Because with our work, it's very helpful to have separate screens for different applications.
Yeah.
Something that's very, very prevalent is that you actually pivot your neck to look at the other monitor. You don't pivot your whole body because your keyboard doesn't come with you, right? And actually, if you could design something, that is the perfect solution to that. But over time, you will actually notice that you'll get problems, musculoskeletal problems, as it were. Perhaps in your neck, in the top vertebrae.
Yeah.
And simple things like camera. I used to carry more camera gear than I should have, and you notice over time that it affects your shoulder and your neck, and sometimes your back, and and all that carrying of weight. But it doesn't have to be heavy. It just has to be something, and that's one of the things about ergonomics, and the design of computers and keyboards. It's actually very important that you sit, because decades ago, certainly in Ireland, I don't know what it's like in the States and Canada, but decades ago there was no such thing as health and safety legislation. So, journalists would regularly cradle a phone like this.
Oh yeah.
In movies, you see it in All the President's Men, all that stuff. Cradling the phone for half the day and either taking notes or tapping away on a typewriter, and maybe swapping. And then people come back decades later and have severe problems with their neck. And that's all related to these simple little movements. But that's one that we've been trying to encourage. And I don't know how exactly this relates to Sean, but I just know that very minor movements repeated the wrong way can lead to long-term problems and damage. And as I said, this very minor swiveling of the head by about 5, maybe 10 degrees to the right, and constantly switching between the two, when really what you should be doing is swiveling your entire body and your keyboard back and forth, so that you're not putting that strain on your neck. Or if you're doing that, to counterbalance it, by making sure that you maybe have a third monitor here on the left, which I haven't got room for.
Yeah, I don't know about you, but my thumb hurt. Sometimes the joint, my thumb hurts from just my cell phone, just pushing the button.
Oh, yeah.
Open it up, you're like, "Ow, wow, that hurt."
Yeah. Who would have thought that you could get a long-term injury from something as simple as moving your thumb on a phone screen?
Yeah.
And you can imagine, in especially in times gone by, legal secretaries, anybody's using a standard typewriter for 8 hours of the day. You can imagine the percussive effects of that on the fingers and the wrists, over time, and even into the. I find when I use certain typewriters, after a couple of hours, my ears are ringing. That sometimes I actually have to put, not even to play music necessarily, but just to get rid of some of that percussive sound.
Yeah.
Like, it's so much easier today with a computer keyboard.
Yeah.
That physicality, that percussive effect of. And doing that repetitively for hours and hours every day for 5 or 6 days a week,
Yeah.
I know what I'm going to put on my tombstone now after this talk. Yeah, love the typewriter, but it killed him.
Oh.
And I'm okay with that.
Just make sure, Sean, if you've got typewriters on your shelves, make sure your shelves are nice and sturdy, that it doesn't kill you in another way, fall off and hit you in the head.
Yeah.
Yeah. Died by the typewriter under all 100 and some of them.
It could be a new game piece in Clue.
Oh, yeah. Killed with a typewriter in the kitchen by Colonel Mustard.
In the kitchen.
What was the typewriter doing in the kitchen? I don't know.
When I was young and foolish, I used to say, because I used to fly around in helicopters in the Coast Guard, and I used to say, yeah, if I die, I'd like to die in a helicopter because I love doing this, you know. And then later, I'm like, no, I don't want to die in a helicopter.
Priorities change, eh?
Yeah.
You start to think about it once you see a few things happen.
Yeah.
But you don't want to die of the slow percussive effects of typewriter keyboards either, you know.
No, that's what I'm saying. The typewriters too.
I think everything kills you. So if you're gonna die away, like at least have fun typing stuff.
As well be happy.
That's true.
Very happy. Yeah.
Is that going to be like Beethoven when he couldn't hear, so he sawed the legs off the piano so he could hear that?
Oh.
You have to put your head on the desk so you can hear the typewriter.
That's what I'm doing with my glasses.
That's
Yeah.
sanctimonious. Sorry.
Neil Young said it's better to burn out than fade away. And John Lennon said he didn't like that, what Neil Young said there, because he thinks it's better to soldier on and to fade away than to just burn out. And I'm thinking, I'm going to die in my sleep, I hope,
There you go.
Guess who's still doing shows?
I know, that's right.
Yeah.
And where I was reading, I was just reading that yesterday about all the I can't remember who I read it from, but it was all the rock stars that are touring this year, that it's like the Twilight tour for all the rock stars is what they're saying. And I'm thinking, okay, but I'm just glad to get to play, So, and I bet you a lot of them are too. And they were debating in this article on how some people think it's just pathetic that they're out there doing it. And some people think, oh, go for it. And some people are saying, yeah, but they suck or whatever. But you know what? If they're loving it and people are coming to see them, what's the problem? That's the way I got to say.
Yeah.
They probably need the money these days.
Yeah.
They very well could be, but it's probably more that they love it because it's a lot of work for what you're doing. I mean, they probably can make money other ways, but the big names probably have other ways to make money. And
oh yeah,
you're right. For the music industry in general nowadays, you have to tour to make money. That's compared to the way it used to be, because now the music's shared so much online that they don't make money by making records anymore. They make it by touring.
Yeah.
But that is true. But these big stars they're talking about, it's not, you can tell it's not for the money. I think truly they love it, and they're tired of sitting around too for COVID. Probably a lot of that too, I would guess.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Well, that's the way Dusty Hill went from ZZ Top. He just talking to him, and they were in bed, and she looked over, and he was gone.
Oh,
I mean, that's the way to go if you're gonna, if you're that old, you've done all you do. I mean, that's not the worst way to go.
Oh yeah.
Maybe not as noble as on a battlefield as was that Walt Whitman, or who was the guy on Midnight in Paris that saying it's noble to die when you're I can't think of the guy's name now.
Zelda's husband, Fitzgerald.
Hemingway. No, Hemingway.
Oh,
he was the one that always wanted to fight. So
right. Yeah, I love that movie.
One of my friends told me there's worse things than dying, and then I thought, yeah, there is.
Not being dead.
I don't want to know what they are, but it's probably true.
Yeah. All right. Well, we're well over the time limit now, so I think we'll wrap up here. But thank you so much, everybody, for being here today. And as always, it's been very, very fascinating, and I appreciate your participation and your friendship. So yes.
So
thanks to everybody.
Thank you.
Thanks.
I was just going to fade away. We're going to go off suddenly.
It could be any moment. We don't know.
That's right.
Give us a countdown.
All right. Thank you so much, everybody. We'll see you next time.
See you.
Next week.
Bye.
Bye. Bye. Bye.